everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
To make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Popping their head up. Oh, look at that, the double. Here we get another one. Something Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here today. Man, we got a great show for you guys. And you know what? It's a little bit late, but you know what? Better late than never. You know, that's what I always got to say. Of course, I got to introduce my amazing analysts. Come on in. Seven Worlds Gaming, Glitter. How y'all doing? Got to ask you guys this. How'd you like y'all's extended weekend, huh?
It was great. It was great. Got to spend some time with the fam, you know? It was pretty awesome. How about you, Glitter?
Yeah, I mean, we got a little extra rest in, some time with the puppy. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, though, I did miss PMPL, Jukes. I felt like there was a hole in my life, and now it's going to be fixed.
Same here. You know, obviously, guys, we had a little bit of some technical difficulties, you know. We had to do a couple delays here, but we're back, you know, with the Pro League. We're here and ready to get it going. So, of course, in case you're wondering, like, hey, why did it take so long to get it going? You got to make sure you're following all the socials, right? You know, PUBG Mobile Esports, the Twitter, join the Discord, all the explanations all up on there so you can keep up to date with all the action that's happening. Seven, you are followed, right?
Of course. It's not even a question.
On how many accounts?
The point that I almost follow you, but I'm already at 7. I'm capped, so I can't follow any more people.
That's on brand.
Can't follow more than
That's
7, man. Come on now.
There you go, dude. You know what? I'm on the 7 Junior account. I'll take it. I'll take it there. All right, guys. So, well, you know, so far we've had some good action here, you know, as we get to the final day of this super weekend. You know,
Today's
the second day.
2.
Right, it's day 2. That's right, day 2. We're back, baby.
And in case you guys are wondering, we're actually going to be redoing day 2. So if you watched day 2 last Saturday, let's act like that didn't happen, because we're starting as if we just did day 1. And this is currently the overall leaderboard. We do see the Knights being on top with 226 points. The Panthers 210. Nova Esports, you know what? I'm kind of happy we got this redo. We got some kind of like a quick little refresh. I won't be happy though for the other teams in the second page. You'll see why, but don't worry. It's going to be amazing. WallStreetBets, I would like to see you guys perform today as well. You guys had some amazing performances in the past couple of days. Hopefully, they can continue on that trend. And then we do have XSET there with 154 points. And Mezexis, too, there, Glitter with 139 points.
Yeah, and the consistency, too, because they're the only squad that's on that first page with 1 chicken dinner, but still doing very, very well for themselves. And if they're able to carry on any momentum, they should be able to continue doing well. As we take a look at the second page now, you see that Execute and B-Town are grayed out at the bottom of this. That is because those are the teams that are obviously not playing here this super weekend. And those are the teams that we're actually going to be watching over today and the final day of this super weekend, because those are the ones that are at risk of falling below the top 16, which is that safety bubble. Those are the teams that will qualify through to finals, the top 16 teams based off their super weekend points when everything is said and done. And of course, HTV and Dope, having completed 1 day at 25 and 20 points apiece, are the ones trying to knock down B-Town, trying to knock down Execute, or at least get closer to them at the end of the super weekend, because that's kind of their margin for what they need to beat this weekend.
Yeah.
Knights back on top, baby. It's all the plan. It's all in the plan right there. You see, also, you know, when it comes to B-Town, all right, and Dope, right? Dope. Those were the 2 picks that you had before, 7, right? So when it comes to Dope, 7, the road to 16, right? That's what we're on today. Can they get to 16th place? So look at this right here. Dope with HTV going right back at it.
I'll tell you what. I'm a believer. I believed the first time. I was the only one that believed the first time. And I'm going to believe again today. Dope will finish in top 16. And if they don't, well, I might have to color my hair a different color or something. But with this head-to-head right here, HTV Esports, it's currently being able to outdamage Dope Esports. But the main thing comes down to that average placement and also that average survival, because right now, Dope Esports has been able to perform so much better than HTV when it comes to that. The Illims, I would say they're pretty much, they're fairly close, only separated by 0.6, which between these teams, they can definitely improve, and we have seen it before, so I'm expecting a lot more. And with HTV, it becomes a question of, okay, you ended up with a second place finish on day one. Can you follow up on that? Because for that day one, they weren't able to follow up with that. They ended up with just 5 points after getting 20 points on the first match. So they need to pick up. They need to get hot. They need to carry that momentum, and it's something that after day one, they were not able to do.
That's right. Hey, so Seven, you know, what color are you going to change your hair? My suggestion?
Yeah, right?
Seven World's green.
If it's listen, if it's not a green screen that I'm working with, I'll do it green like before. But I'm not about to be bald on camera.
That'll definitely pull in the viewers right there. Okay, speaking of the viewers, a lot of fans, the Chosen, they've been watching the squad, back and forth, seeing a lot of struggle when it comes to the Chosen. But that's another squad that I think that we need to see just pound through that mid pack, and start getting at the top of leaderboards. What do you think, Litter?
Yeah, and honestly, after their day one performance, we have to talk about them a little bit because they're somebody that we kind of gave a hard time. They were 16th after the first Super Weekend, and now look at the performance coming out of Gaji, even the damage coming out of Oppa. But we've got the double-digit elims, double-digit knockouts out of Gaji, and we saw some incredible plays on the first day. And that's what we were hoping to see out of the Chosen. I mean, they were able to continue that on, so hopefully, now that we're redoing this day, they can use everything they've learned to their advantage, because they don't want to constantly have to be fighting for their lives down there in the 16th area bubble, okay? They have found some momentum. They look so much stronger, so much more confident. And that's what we were really hoping for out of them, because like I said, first Super Weekend, 16th place overall. Then even just qualifying through to this Super Weekend, they barely make their way in, right? But I feel like this Super Weekend, they have found their footing, and we knew, or did Zute know all along? Because it feels like the curse is broken, Seven.
It definitely feels that way, but with me, I think one of the most critical things that I have to say about this team, it still feels like a roller coaster. There's still no consistency between this team. I mean, if we go to day one, the first match, 6 plays with 6 elims, and then right after that on the second match, they got 16 plays with 3 elims. If anything, and then on the last match, they ended up with the 16 plays, 1 elim. So they need to find a way to, if they are going to be engaging early on, they need to win those 1v1s. They need to win those battles to allow them to get later into the game, get those placement points, because if you're just going to be doing this up and down, I mean, it's helping you because you have now made it to 2 Super Weekends, but we always said that third Super Weekend is not guaranteed, so hopefully they can find some kind of consistency here today.
That's where it's all at. I think that I really like the fact that this redo is happening. The amazing folks at PUBG Mobile, of course, making sure that the integrity of this game is always at an all-time high. And, it gives these players a really good opportunity to really show their skills, right? Come back hot. They got that second chance, right? Let's go and see what they could do. The Chosen is going to be a squad I'm going to be really keeping an eye on here today, right? But let's take a look, of course, at the top 10 players, right? The best of the best that have been going at it so far in the Super Weekend play that we've had so far. And QZ 7, right up on top.
Definitely. You know what, QZ, you got an enough time from me before. Let me talk about some of the other surprises here. Inactive, 9 elims, 1900 damage with a great average survival time too. This is a player that's, you've been saying it, he said he's fairly new to PMPL North America, and he said he wanted to become one of the best players here in NA. Well, guess what? Right now you're being able to do that, or at least get close to it. And then if we go down, sorry Nova, don't worry, I'll be talking enough about you for the rest of the day, but I want to highlight some of these other players. We got Salt. We always talk about Kiyoshi, how much of a great player he has been for Polar A's, but Salt is actually being able to put up a great performance, 1600 damage, 6 elims, and then if we go down, we have Sivo and Drago from WallStreetBets, and this is kind of what I was hinting at with WallStreetBets earlier during the overall. This is a team that's completely different than other PMPLs that they have played on. This is a team that now has multiple players that have been able to clutch up, and then now we can go back to the top with QC. My man is just on another level, okay? And I gotta have my hard glasses on when I talk about him, because he's been able to perform now in league play. He's now put up some more too in this Super Weekend, and I think if he continues on this trend with the way we've been seeing Coops play, now they're Coops, I'm not calling you out, but I do want to see you do better. It is a call out, I guess. QC might take that MVP.
I was about to say, right? I was like, you might have a sad face glass, because freaking Coops, would you be surprised to not see him on the top 10, 7?
Yeah, I am. But hey, I got a chance to actually talk to them. They're saying there's a little bit of mistakes here that they're looking to get fixed. So they're aware of what the issue is, and that's always a great step.
All right. Well, hey, you know what? As a matter of fact, we have a great interview with Coops right now. So why don't we go ahead and take it on over to that? Coops! What's up, Big Papa? Dude, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing great, man. First off, how does it feel to be the best player in North America, dude?
It feels good. Feels good.
Makes that pin tweet just extra tasty, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Good to hear. Good to hear. Well, first off, thank you so much for taking the time to go up there. I mean, how about this? I usually ask hey, for those who don't know you, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? I don't know how they don't know you by now, right? But go ahead for the people, right?
All right. Well, my name is Coops. I currently play for the Knights, and I'm a fragger for our team.
Yeah, that's the understatement of the year right there, right? Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Okay, so first off, how are you feeling right now, bro? Right after the first super weekend until now, how are you feeling?
Good. Just gotta keep going. Keep performing.
Keep performing, bro. Right? It's hard to argue with that. That's for sure. Next up is, have there been any changes to your team compared to last year?
Yes, a lot of changes. Not really a lot, just the IGL part.
Can you go into it a little bit?
Tensa plays like more aggressive when it comes to like if we need to fight into zone, then like we have like the gunpowder to like fight for any spot that we need to fight for. And yeah, I like Tensa being IGL.
Interesting. Yeah, so like for those people that don't know, right, like Ghost split up, right, which was a huge squad, left a lot of players up for grabs, right? So why don't you tell me, like, what was that like, right? Like getting Tensa onto your squad, was that the main guy you're going for? Like, how did that process happen?
We were originally trying to go for Spec and Tensa.
Ooh.
But Spec decided to go with Bop. And we got Tensa. I mean, we still got Tensa. I mean, it wasn't like bad, but yeah, we could have got Spec too, but.
Ooh. So what happened? Like, do you know why, or?
No, I'm not sure why.
Is there a little animosity there, huh? Every time you fight him? Huh?
No, I'm not.
Got it, right? Be like, should have picked us, right? Oh, man. Well, I mean, that is a huge pickup for you guys. You had Spec for Bop. He's been crushing it over there too. So,
yeah,
man, it's crazy to see. I think this overall, changed NA a lot. What do you think?
Yeah, it did. There's like, I mean, I guess you can consider us like a super team, but like, there's also other teams there that are pretty good.
All right. Okay. Next question is, what kind of preparations did you go through before coming here?
Before PMPL, we had a lot of struggle with IGLing and rotations because we weren't used to like with Tensa's rotations. But as we played on, I mean, we just kind of adapted to how we played, and he adapted to how we played, and it just started working from there.
Got it, bro. I mean, obviously it is, right? You guys have been doing really, really well. Do you still find like time here to like try some new things and challenge yourselves since you guys are so high up on the leaderboards? Like, what was your strategy right now?
We want to try new splits, like splits that Nova do, because we've been watching how Nova play.
Ooh.
And Nova does like some pretty like crazy splits, and we're probably gonna try some of those in the upcoming weeks.
My man Coops, dude, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Yo, Seven, so you heard him say, right, the fact that they could have gotten Spec, all right? Could you imagine that nice roster with Spec as well? No hating on the whole nice roster. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Spec is Spec. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%. I think Knights would have been just like Will Smith, just slapping everybody around, bro. It would have been a completely different story here for this PMPL.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I had to. I've been holding that one in for a long time.
Smith, what have you done, dude? What have you done to us, right? All right, guys, let's go ahead and, of course, let's take a look at the, the map performance from all the Super Weekends, so you guys could really get a good look at which squads are performing the best on each map. And you can see right now, Miramar, Boring Protocol up on top, Knights over there in Sanhok, and Nova taking over Erangel, Glitter.
Yeah, and typically we want to look at these because it's supposed to be indicative of what we can potentially expect. But on day one, we had an abysmal performance from Boring Protocol. Obviously, we didn't even have Coops in our top 10 for players because Knights also struggled on that first day to get the types of performances we know they're capable of. Nova was the only one that had a decent performance there, but even they weren't 100% on day one up to snuff. A lot of those squads had better day twos, but we're redoing that now, and Boring Protocol was not one of them. So this is actually a huge opportunity for Boring Protocol now to bring it back, especially on Miramar. If that is the map that they're doing the best on right now over all the Super Weekend days so far, get some points on the board. They've got the highest average elims and placements and survival time out of everybody that is a top map stat team. So they're one of those teams that need to pick it up. Knights need a little bit of a bounce back. They are on top, but that gap is not very large and it can be closed. We've seen it done in the past. So, I mean, I actually think today is going to be really, really interesting with all of the information that the teams have at their disposal.
I'm excited to see what Knights is going to come out doing right off the top. Because especially with this redo, we've been hinting at it for the whole beginning of this show. How are they going to come out? Are they going to come out hot, or are they still going to be fixing those mistakes that Coops was talking about?
Well, let's see who's got it right here. So we looked at our teams to watch, right? This is all the squads, of course, that all the casters here on the desk, all the talent is going to be looking at. I'm going to keep an eye on Lazarus. And, of course, 7 Worlds Gaming with the dope Esports LLC. Man, what a sick pick.
16th place. 16. That's all I'm looking for. Yeah. Come on, keep it going, because you know it's gonna happen. And I'm really hoping it happens again, because this was a team that was starting to find their groove. They started off first with just placement points, and then they started stepping it up in the elims department. And then you said it too, Glitter, with Boring Protocol. This is a huge change. After day one, this team was only able to achieve, I think it was 8 points. Abysmal for what we're used to seeing out of them.
Yeah, definitely atypical for them. So talk about a golden opportunity here, because like I said, even that second day wasn't fantastic for them. They did pick it up and they looked a little bit better, but not what we know they can do, especially with the likes of Spec. We've talked about them quite a few times. Spec has been daily MVP quite a few times. So this is the moment. Mom spaghetti time, okay? Bring it back, see what you can do. But at the same time, I do want to see a lot of those squads that were either at the bottom of the overall leaderboard or here for the first time really perform yet again.
Oh, I feel like they're this close, right? This close. Just a couple little things that they got to fix, and then we'll see them up on top. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have here coming up for today, so you can see all the action that's happening. Of course, we're going to start off with the good old tried and true Super Weekend schedule that we got here. And man, I think when it comes to some of the squads that we see struggle, we're talking like Boring Protocol. Man, we talked towards the end last time, right? If they downloaded the update, right? If you start seeing these squads really start getting a hold of each other, and I think this first game is where we're going to see, right? Is that update truly downloaded, right? Or was it just all a scam? What do you think, Glitter?
I hope that they've now had extra time. We talked about it. An extra day on the weekend, this entire week, really, to work on a lot of things. So I hope that's more than enough time. I don't know what type of internet speed they have. Should be enough time for the download for the update to fully download, though.
Oh man, we're in the 20th century, right? Should be about that time. Well, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out for sure, right? First game is gonna be the telltale sign here. So I know that we saw your guys' teams to watch, and I know you guys hate me doing this, but what are your predictions, right? Who do you think's gonna win this first match? After all that time, who did their homework the most?
Nova.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, those guys are the homework champions, dude. They turned in their homework early. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how it's done, guys. So, of course, thank y'all so much for joining me here, guys. We're going to go ahead and catch y'all after game number 1 as we get our casters in here, guys, because I can hear it. The plane started, footsteps are on the plane, and they're getting good to go. So let's go ahead and bring in our casters, of course. We got none other than the legends Zute and Necro. Game number 1, guys. Y'all take it away, okay?
All right, I'll see you, Hot Jukes. Thanks for the intro. So Hot Jukes was just talking about, did Boring Protocol download that update? Well, I don't care how slow your download speeds are. We've had quite a little bit of an intermission, so I'm really expecting all the teams to come out strong today in this, maybe not the first game, but at least by the second game. Like the teams that really need to catch up, they should be doing it right now, Necro.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, even the second day, I mean, so many teams are able to catch stuff, right? And boy, we just got a little bit of a call in our ears saying that there is going to be a little rehousing lobby, so we're going to be here on the screens for a bit much more longer, Zute. And that there's quite a bit of things to talk about, right? Dope 2, they've had a great performance just because now day 2 is going to be replayed. I mean, teams like Dope, they will have to struggle a bit more.
Yeah, so the replay is going to affect a lot of teams, obviously. But honestly, I feel like, you know, if you just get a little bit of time in between, no matter, you know, if you did good or bad, as a competitive team and competitive players, that should be allowing you to get a mental reset to come in strong, no matter what the case may have been, you know, the previous weeks. But without further ado, we're going to go back to a Coops interview because, I mean, this guy Coops, man, we just love him.
Okay, next one is, you know, what are your expectations heading into the finals, bro?
Just keep at that #1 spot. Nothing less.
Just maintain, right? Maintain,
Yeah.
dude. Must be nice. Must be nice. I've been interviewing a lot of other teams, and those questions go a lot longer, right? So, I mean, you're definitely in a good spot. You got to stay there, though. That's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
How about this? Yeah. What do you find it harder? Do you find it harder to get to that first place spot this early, right? Or maintaining it?
Maintaining it is the hardest part.
Really? Really? You mind describing why?
Because, like, once you get at the top, there's, like, a lot of people trying to, like, come and take that spot from you. And, like, trying to get to that #1 spot is, like, easier because, like, you can just keep grinding and grinding. But once you're there at the one spot, then you just gotta stay there.
Dude, all eyes on you, right?
Yeah.
All eyes on you, right? Well, interesting take, man. Thank you for that. Next up is how do you and your team feel about your performance so far in this PMPL?
There's a little bit of mistakes that we've been doing, but as time goes by, we'll fix those mistakes and we'll stay at the #1 spot.
Checking bushes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to do it, bro, dude. Oh, for all the heartache, I can only imagine the heartache it caused you, man. But me watching,
you're good.
I was on my knees, bro. I was on my knees. Right? Oh, that was a crazy one to cast there. But just go watch it, guys, if you haven't already, right? Actually, don't watch it, right?
Don't watch it.
Don't watch it. Next up is what have you tried to improve on most since the start of this PMPL until now?
Just the rotations. That's it. I mean, we have the gun skill, but it's just our rotations that we need to do.
Who do you feel are your biggest rivals right now throughout PMPL?
Nova and XSET.
Equal.
Yeah.
Wow. So, like, I mean, they're two totally separate playstyle spots, right? Like, what makes them so toe-to-toe, do you feel, wise, when it comes to being, like, rivals?
Nova has pretty good gun skill, considering that they have 2 PL players. And XSET, I mean, obviously, they're, like, our PMPL Season 2 champions, so, I mean, yeah.
Next one is, how do you feel about the level of competition this year?
I don't want to sound cocky or anything, but I don't think we have that much competition. Like, I don't want to be cocky.
All right, Necro, that was a great interview out of Coops. Yep. And honestly, what are your thoughts on Coops himself as a player and what he's done over the years?
Man, I mean, do I really need to elaborate on this? I mean, at this point, you take his name, Coops, in itself, and then every single viewer in the chat, not just the viewers, even us commentators, we just get the highlights in our brain, right? We just look at the performance, the elimination leaderboards, and Coop is just there all the time. No matter what, in the match summary, you will see this man, or even in the highest elimination points, if Knights is doing even great. And even in this little interview, he said that no matter what, I don't want to sound cocky, but still, we feel like we don't have a competition. I mean, that in itself proves a lot of things.
Yes. I mean, he's got the stats to back it up. Even when the Knights were doing, you know, bad and struggling at one point last year, he was still, you know, showing up as an individual player. So, I mean, this Coops guy is like, honestly, there's a reason why we can't get enough of him. And we do have a little bit of a rehosting thing going on still. So, without further ado, I think some of you might have guessed, we got more Coops on the line for you guys. So, we'll be right back with another segment of Coops.
I mean, obviously, there's a ton of people out there that are, you know, that love esports, that love PUBG Mobile, and right now you're the top dog in North America, right? It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Do you mind, like, if you were to give some advice to some people out there that are looking to kind of get into your shoes, right? Do you have any kind of like initial tips, or what would you say when it comes to that?
Just hit your shots.
Hit those, right? And don't die while you're at it, right?
Yeah, don't die and hit your shots.
Wow. What do you think was your biggest like struggle to overcome? Because, like, you know, for those of you that haven't seen your Twitter, right? It said there, like, you went through a very kind of tough, rough patch, and you put out a tweet that said, hey, I want to be the best player, right?
Yeah.
And you pinned it and you got there, right? So, like, what do you feel was like the biggest roadblock you had to like overcome, like to finally get to that next level?
I would say that, okay, I would have a bad day, and after those bad days, I would like go into training grounds and I would like try to fix everything that was wrong. But I realized that like you're gonna have those bad days, and you're gonna have all those like potatoes or whatever that you have. So you gotta just relax, not overthink it that much, and just keep playing.
Keep playing, man. So, like, you think that's just focusing on that gun skill? That's like the biggest thing that you've been mainly working on?
Yeah, the gun skill.
Great. So now it's just, hey, Tensa, lead the way. I'll hit those all day long. All right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, well, so right now when it comes to the Knights, you guys are obviously on top. You guys are probably already thinking towards the greater stage, right? So I gotta ask you this, because at the end of the day, me and a lot of people, right, we want to see a North American squad make it to the big leagues, right? So what are you doing? Because I'm gonna ask you that, right? What do you feel like you're doing to prepare for that next stage, right?
I don't think we're preparing for the next stages as yet. I mean, we're just focused on winning this tournament first, and then we'll go to the next as soon as we get there.
Beautiful. That was a trick question, by the way, right? So good to hear that. Right, good to hear that you're just focusing one at a time, one road before the other, right? Okay, man. Well, dude, first off, big thanks, you know, for coming up here and chatting with me, bro. I really appreciate it. You got any final words out there for the people out there?
Just keep supporting us, and we won't let you down.
Yes, sir. Coops, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for leading me, buddy. And good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
You need it, right?
Well, that was a great interview, Necro, and we're heading straight into the game. Playing path's already out on your screen. Players have already jumped out, but luckily for us, I don't think we've missed too much action. Yeah, except maybe the fact that Chosen started off the game with 3. I hope so they didn't already lose a player, because that was my team to watch coming into today. So yeah, that's great news, Necro.
Man, already starting things off with a 3-man squad.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, this path is going to be hurting a lot of teams. Yeah, I mean, we know a couple of teams like to go to our Georgia pool, and then Severny, they're going to have a tough time to try and rotate all the way there, or at least they'll try to find some better safe spots around this plane path to loot. Noah was one of those teams that the analyst desk are going to be looking out for. But for now, it's 4 bros and Vamp right next to each other. We might just see a clash between Master and Rage.
Yeah, those two players are extremely close to each other. I do believe they're on opposite ends of those giant mountaintops. And oh, speaking about a clash, Kiyoshi trying to stay alive, hiding behind the rock. I'm pretty sure 19 Esports did know he was there, but it's hard to, you know, run over a player when they got cover right next to them. And actually, there's a couple of players from Polar Ace all trying to hide or at least cower behind some type of hard cover. Oh, but no, it doesn't matter if they've got a weapon. Oh, Trey's just like, don't call for my name. You're on your own. Don't think I could help you. Oh, I don't think they spotted him. Oh, this is such a terrible start for Polar Ace. You talked about the plane path. Well, the plane path definitely is causing a lot of issues for this Polar Ace team.
Man, Trey's the most selfish man alive in this whole lobby. I mean, he had no other option to. I guess he's going to join his teammate. Well, that's how it is, man. Never got to be selfish in these moments, but 19 Esports, quick elimination points on the board. Great way to kick off things in the first game of day 2 of the second Super Weekend. But again, now 19 Esports is one of those teams doing quite okay-ish on the overall ranking zoo. And oh my god, another player of Polar Ace. This time it's going to be Kiyoshi, but hopefully he has guns, because there was a compound in the front. Hopefully Kiyoshi's got his hands on a gun. Oh, he's. I don't. Yeah. They saw him. I'm pretty sure they saw him running.
He's got a majestic mullet. That's pretty much all he's got. Right. Oh, what? Huh?
Why are they not challenging?
Hold on. Is it the mullet? Oh no. The mullet. He got baited. Kiyoshi thought they were leaving, and then, oh no. Well, I mean, 19. Well, it's good news for 19 Esports. They start off this match with 3 free points.
Yeah. I mean, what more can you ask for, right? And the fourth man too, Chronix, is right here. Hopefully he doesn't get spotted by 19 Esports, because they're probably going to be on a prowl, and that's what they're doing. Yep. They're just going to try and pounce right on top of him. They're not going to stop, or maybe they will eventually. They do realize maybe chasing for the points is also going to hinder them a bit, because they're of course going to be buying a bit much more time from their initial loot phase. That's something 19 Esports won't really want, because the rest 2 players as well, they haven't really gotten any hands on any sort of loots just yet. You do see they have no meds currently to play around with. Something that needs to be acknowledged by 19 Esports, and now that's why they're going to be on a move. The planned path was something, as I said, caught a lot of teams off guard. Knights, they took their sweet little time to rotate all the way towards Yasna Poliana. But the team that I'm going to be personally eyeing out for has to be Dope, man, because they did so great, right, in the day 2. And now, just because it's being replayed, Dope, they're going to be a little bit on the struggling phase.
19 Esports, they're not struggling, not for the start of this match, at the very least. Those 3 free points. Polar Ace will manage to keep that 1 player left alive. It's hard to say what he could do, but probably not much as a solo this early into the game. Luckily for 19 Esports that we are playing on Erangel, so like they are extremely late to get to their loot location. But like we say, Erangel is the easiest map to rotate on, no matter how hard the circles shift, and you can pretty much make your rotation in by circle 3 or 4 if you really wanted to.
Yeah. So
19 Esports, they're not at any real detriment, I would have to say. Boring Protocol on your screen just finished looting up Pachinki, and Hot Chooks mentioned it a little bit. Did Boring Protocol download that update? We'll see very soon off of this first match just how they play. But yeah, this Boring Protocol team, they've definitely missed the mark as far as what their potential could really do for them.
Well, I mean, this is their second chance, right, to try and strike back. And if they're able to do phenomenal in this day, then again, that's all they need, honestly. There's quite a lot of chances to, right, considering this is just the second week. So Boring Protocol shouldn't really be that in pressure, as Team Chosen right here too, taking a couple shots in the front. No connections found. It's more kind of like some suppressive fire in the front. Dope is one of those teams that's going to be right in the smack center next to Team Chosen. Now, he said Team Chosen just started off with 3 players, but Polar Ace with just 1 man alive. And that man is on a mission. You know what they say, snake it till you make it. Might as well just do it.
You may as well just go prone right now and just prone for the rest of the match, honestly. Because if he takes a vehicle... Yeah, but I mean, if you have a vehicle, it's just like, it just draws that much more a little bit of attention to you, right?
Yeah.
Like, who knows? I see a potential clash right now on the southeast side of the map. Mezexis running into maybe a bridge camp by HTV. We'll see if the camera pans over that way if a fight actually breaks out. But yeah, as for now, everybody's rotating into the zone. Nova doing a central split. Pretty usual to see, especially coming out of the Nova team in the first few circles. You're talking about Dope. Dope is just northeast of the Gakka region. Nothing much going on. Seems like, you know, we've had this little bit of a break, and the players kind of seems like to me they need some time to re-warm themselves back up. The action hasn't been too hasty by any means, and we did see some action between 19E and Polar Ace, but that wasn't like a full-blown engagement. That was just like, I would have to say, sloppiness out of Polar Ace. They just didn't spread out far enough to secure themselves a singular vehicle, and it just led to them losing 3 players. So it's like a sloppy start.
True. Something even Polar A's didn't really anticipate coming their way was the plane path all the way in the down south, and the struggle was there. I mentioned this too at the start. There are a couple of teams that like to go towards Severny and Georgopol. 19 Esports, they were able to get their hands on some vehicles before the players of Polar Ace, and that's when they just got caught off guard. And now it's just going to be a heap load of teams just in their vehicles trying to traverse around in the centralized spots in the zone. It's been a long time. I haven't really seen a Brit circle, and this time it would be quite interesting, right? Especially with the new changes, how teams are going to be playing it. Again, if it's a Brit shift next time, that's what we want to find out. HQA2 all the way in the blue zone, tanking a lot of damage, but that blue zone's about to turn the wall of death soon.
All right, so here's that engagement that I was talking about. It is somewhat breaking out HTV. That one player in the buggy down to 1 HP. Can they hit one more shot? Mezexis does not manage to land the shots. One of the players of HTV also just swimming in the water. Somehow ended up extremely separated from the rest of the team. I have a feeling that he was holding that compound down by himself, and when he got pushed 4v1, his best option was just to jump into the water and go for a swim. He's now on the beach side staying prone. Maybe HTV could do something with that guy in that position. Maybe he could get an opening knock from the flank. But we'll see what Mezexis and HTV does here as... Oh, Inactive spots him out. He's got a weapon, though. Inactive's got to be careful. He's going to jump right back in the water before he could get, you know, swarmed by the rest of Mezexis.
Yeah, but he's quite light, too. So Inactive cannot really take any chances right now. HTV, the man's just all the way under the water. Has he messed up with the buggy? Seems like it. And yep, he will just need to leave that buggy right there. Myth is finally going to pop out again. Get his feet on the ground too. But again, he's just out in the open, in the exposed grounds. We'll spot the rotation out, and he's still taking shots. What?
Yeah.
Myth? You're an absolute maniac, even though you're the only man alive. At this point, you should try to be as anonymous as possible. But no, this man just doesn't care. He still goes for the shots. He misses them and then instantly goes back in the water. He's like a shark.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of realizes Mezexis is just trying to get the rotation in. So he's just going to be as much as a nuisance as possible. He did almost get taken out, though, by Inactive coming in from the other side. But now the rest of Mezexis is going to rotate on in. And yeah, we do get that circle shift. It kind of is centralized right on XSET, but that bridge that you mentioned, that could still come into play in the future circles depending on how it shifts. Now, we talked a little bit about Boring Protocol. I want to also shine a spotlight on XSET. I feel like XSET and Boring Protocol both, right, are these very huge veteran teams with names that have been playing this game for like 3 years plus. And both of these teams have yet to really shown up. So it's not just Boring Protocol. I think it's also the XSET team that's got to pick things up and really prove themselves.
Yeah, that is true. And this is what I've been talking over the past days too, right? This is something that we did not really expect from a team like XSET and Boring Protocol. Since the start, we expected them to just kick things off really good in the initial week, but that was not the case. XSET, they took things a bit slow. I mean, they were okay in the overall rankings. I think so. They were like 6th or 7th place. in the overall rankings in the first week, if I'm not wrong. Again, I can be wrong here. But that's something we did not really expect, right? We wanted to see a team like XSET in the top 3 because they were the defending champions coming inside this. But that's not the case. But, the bridge. The circle this time shifts kind of close to the bridge. I mean, it's not going to be a bridge circle, but still, this is going to be an interesting one.
XSET continuing to hold that split. They're honestly in one of the strongest positions right there as the Knights come on in, running into Mezexis, and now Mezexis is going to wish they stayed and taking that fight with HTV, because taking a fight with the Knights, that's a whole different other challenge. And the Knights, we see how they're playing now. After this little bit of a time off, they're playing extremely aggressive. Xenox almost goes down, though, down to 1 HP. And the Knights right now, not in the zone, but they're going to prioritize this fight for the points instead.
Yeah, Xenox. Oh, that nade from here, though. This time catches him off guard. And Xenox will fall down. He was barely alive on a sliver of health. He got shot at from somewhere else. Those third parties, man, sometimes can be so detrimental. And now Knights, the tables have been turned against him, as Yahir's probably going to look to try and secure that frag. He's trying to just run around the elimination. He needs to confirm that elim point, but that's not the case so far. Trades are happening back and forth on the table. 10-2 will now strike back. 2 players down from the side of Knights, 2 players down from the side of Mezexis as well. But so far, Mezexis, they're doing a great job keeping up the pace with the players of Knights. A nice drop shot from Tensa will just prove the player in front of him unparalleled.
That's what I'm talking about. Those are the mechanics I want to see. Just that small margin separates this entire fight almost. That drop shot, that 1 HP survival. Perfect play out of Tensa, but it's not quite over yet as inactive. He's still up. Can he throw a miracle nade? No, it falls short. I think he's going to throw one more and most likely go for that revive. You see his teammates backing up to him, and he's backing further and further up. Now he's deploying down the smokes to give himself some sort of cover. But I don't think the Knights are going to let him have it for free. Definitely not. Koops is already driving, using the vehicle, going on the off angle, and Inactive realizes this. He cannot even secure a single revive, and most likely not able to secure his own livelihood either.
Yeah, and Knights, they were just able to steamroll it through. What a way to close things out. Mezexis is now kicked out of the lobby, but he got really close for comfort. Chico was the one, or Chico was the casualty in this one. Unfortunately, Mezexis weren't really able to come out on top. They only got 1 elimination points under themselves. That nade's going to crawl in quite close, but this time Koi is going to connect some nice shots on the player in the front, easily taking him down as well. And Koi instantly going to retreat, or pretty much just prone back in the ground. HTV, the separation's always something that's been hurting them.
I was about to say, Koi's just wide open in the middle of nowhere. How is he not getting shot from a different angle? And then I realized, of course, this is Nova we're talking about. His team is split all the way on top of the hills, and they just got that, zone control and that zone pressure to let Koi, pretty much take that fight however way he wanted to. And he also had the support too. As we get a super hard shift to the southwest, I think that's the hardest shift I've seen yet in the entirety of PMPL, because that white line is quite almost literally touching the blue from the previous zone.
Boy, I feel like WallStreetBets, they have a huge chance of taking this game. I mean, WallStreetBets is one of those teams that I'm personally going to be eyeing out for. That I've been eyeing out for since the start of this competition. Lazarus and HQA going head-to-head against each other. HQA, one of those teams that has surprised us quite a bit. 4 Bros now as well, trying to third-party the fray. They don't have any of their choice anyways, because the circle is now quite small, and the circle is not going to have place for every single player in the lobby. 2 players from Lazarus are knocked out. Fears as well is right there. The nade from 4 Bros is going to crawl quite close, but just dishes out a bit of damage, some chip damage to help the players of 4 Bros. But Lazarus over here, taking things quite calm and composed, or at least trying to keep themselves calm and composed, as one of the players from their side will try and get the rest back up on the fallen men.
Lazarus picking a very peculiar spot, not a lot of hard cover, just a little bit of a dip. But Lazarus will reset up to 4 for now. We'll see how long they can survive in that position, cutting into the future zones. XSET took a fight of their own, and it looks like XSET did manage to pick up 1 elimination, gets that reset onto J7.
Interesting.
And the only team that have yet to make it into the zone is the Boring Protocol team. They're making their rotation in right now, and it looks like it's going to be somewhat of almost a full send rotation. They actually stopped.
I don't like this.
Okay. Yeah, so they're actually stopping at the little garage with the Lamborghini in there. Maybe a little bit of a visual bug right there. So they are at a hard cover position.
Indeed, at the hard position. Still, though, 14 teams are alive and 46 players in total. J7 actually got knocked out by himself. I think so. He fell off to his own demise. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, that's what we at least saw on the kill feed. But XSET, they're able to recover now. They're looking like a 4-man strong squad. Hopefully, they're going to be able to deliver too in this first game. There's 3 teams right in front of them. Knights are one of those. And you definitely do not want to mess around with Knights. But if you take a look at Knights, right, take a look at them on the map. Of course, the viewers cannot really see, but we can see on our map feeds. And Knights, they currently have a 3-1 split. And Xenox is all the way separated out. And then Koops and Tensa, this duo, is playing together.
Nova's taking a fight right now with the Boring Protocol team. This is kind of a test right now to see what kind of Boring Protocol we might just expect to see this day. And, well, they get that reset. But you can see right there, QZ with the Overwatch on the northern side, and the 3 other players, well, they smell points right now. They're encroaching closer and closer onto this Boring Protocol team, but they got to finish this fight up fast because the zone's going to shift once again, and the longer they take, the less time they're going to have to work into the next potential zone shift.
Oh, and there we go. It's going to shift out in the open, too. That means the high ground now is going to be heavily contested that Lazarus is holding, including HQ and Knights. The split from Knights is going to work to perfection as Xenox will be the man to try and hold teams off at bay and make sure they're being hurt as much as possible, and also third-partying the entire fray between Nova
Spec
and Boring Protocol.
Yo, Spec just got 3 of Nova in the kill feed. Yeah, Nova's down to 1 right now if you take a look at the right end. Yeah, Spec just hit 600 damage. I mean, I absolutely love Spec as a player, don't get me wrong. We've been praising him this entire time. But once again, it's off the backs of Spec, not the rest of the team in its entirety. So, I mean, it's good, but we've seen what happens when Spec, you know, starts to slack just a little bit. The rest of the team can't pick it up as 19 Esports, they're picking up these eliminations right on to the likes of TC and, ooh, Frost, first Frost, down to 1 HP. Helmet almost non-existent now. And as SB jumps out and tries to go for flank, pre-fires around, doesn't spot him out, and oh, third party from distance by WallStreetBets. TC survive through the skin of their teeth.
Oh man, that's the easy save right there. Look at Spec just mowing players down in front of him. Nova, oh my god. Great replay from the production side, even though we missed that action. Not anymore. As Spec, I mean, Koops talked about it this, right? In his interviews, he was one of those players that Knights wanted to pick in the first place.
Oh yeah, imagine.
Yeah, imagine, dude. The firepower in that team would be like at the maximum level. But now again, Team Chosen, they're getting engaged in another fight, another wave of enemies to try and take care of. This time it's going to be Dope, the challengers.
Dope. Down to just 1. It's 1v1 Gajia versus that Dope player. Gajia could back up some and go for some revives though. Menace throwing out some nades, throws out that smoke to move up closer to his teammates to also start that revive. Is Gajia going to commit to that revive, or is this 1v1 just going to happen? Winner takes all. The little pre-nade outside the door, and oh, he's going to peek out the side. Menace, luckily for him, did not take any damage there. Gajia missing some crucial shots, but actually does get Menace down to 1 HP. Gajia's got to jump out and go for that flank, and he does. Another successful defense out of TC.
That was a great read from Gachi too. I mean, I was about to say this, that Gachi is one of the star players from the side of the Chosen. We've been seeing him pop off all the time when the Chosen is doing absolutely good on the board. 6 elimination points on the players of Team Chosen, and they are also going to be able to get the reset through on the fall man up. And look at that, as I said, the high ground has to be the most contested ground, and that's what exactly is happening. Vamp 2 going right next to him. WallStreetBets were there at the start, and now the Panthers 2 moving in from the back lines, but the circle is going to take a curveball shift all the way out in the open, and this time in the lower ground. And, well, the only covers that you're going to have to play around with are going to be those right fields, so good luck.
Yeah, what a interesting sequence of circle shifts. Definitely throwing these teams in for a loop. Lazarus still managing to stay alive in that, you know, dip that I was talking about. It's definitely an interesting spot. It looks like it's wide exposed, but they managed to actually stay alive for so long, and they're starting to fight back a little bit, but the trades are coming out between XSET and the Lazarus team.
Oh man, 3 points on their side. One of the players from Exodus went down, but they've also got the res up on the Fallen Man. And it's just a artificial red zone from the side of Lazarus. They're just not stopping these nades. It's just raining right on top of the players of XSET. JV is trying his best to provide the cover fire, but he catches a lot of bullets in return. A great reply from the players of Lazarus. Now it's going to be an equal trade as WallStreetBets from the back. They're going to third party this entire fray. Sort of unintentionally helping the players of XSET.
24K hitting that 600 damage, and TC coming in for that third party, timing it right behind WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets, by the way, was also third partying Lazarus in that fight.
Oh my God, 24K.
It is just third parties all around. TC, the team to watch, a team I picked up to 8 eliminations, starting off as a 3-man team, no problem. This is actually one of TC's better games, but can they make it into this new zone as the blue zone is closing in? XSET coming in onto the sides of HQA and the Knights. Boring Protocol just got eliminated, I believe, on that northern side. And we're down to 5 teams. Kill switch for the nade. Can he connect onto the player of the Knights? Hits Coops up for 50 HP, but Coops will manage to stay up.
He will manage to stay up. 3 players of Knights all the way in the front. Doing a great job in the survival aspect. Another nade tossed in from Xenox. Not really finding the mark. JV is able to make his way out of harms. Vamp there too on the right side. Now it's going to be Vamp versus Lazarus engaging in a fight again. And Lazarus this time, it seems like they're going to make Vamp pay for what they just did. Godvy's taken out easily. Joey too is going to swipe out the final man. And XSET and Knights right there in the front. That's a big mistake. Kill switch, you're not supposed to do that. A little glimmer for Knights is going to be more than enough to capitalize on. Again, a great drop shot in the FPP.
This is just, they just lost their ones. Coops spotted him through that smoke. Then there was that close range right inside the smokes, and now it's just down to a 2v1. The Knights up to 10 eliminations. J-Way with only bandages. We have 4 teams still alive. HQA with 0 elimination points, by the way. And yeah, the next circle, glad you called it out. The next circle, well, everybody's got to just go into the open now. And Lazarus, it looks like they're going to make that first move. I think they might see a hay bale or some sort of hard cover that they're going to want to set up in right now before anybody else takes it. So great heads up play by Joey right there.
Ooh, that's a good one too. He's barely on the edge of the zone. And he's probably going to have a great positioning on the players that are going to try to make it in. And now Knights!
Oh, beautiful.
Catching bullets from Joey. This proactivity finally paying off the players of Lazarus, as Joey now is going to try to inflict a lot of pain and hurt. HQA2 on the right side. This is their time to, this is their chance to capitalize on him. But there's a 1-1 split from the side of Lazarus too. As Subpig now finally will shut down the player Lazarus. It's all down to Joey.
Joey, last one up. Knights will have 3, HQA will have 2. Even though Joey is the solo man right now on this battlefield, he's got the advantage of having that hard cover and being in the zone. Coops has managed, though, to snake his way in. And, well, he gives away his position, but that's a really good knock out of Coops. And, oh my God, Coops! Are you kidding me?
The confidence. The confidence on this man. Moves out in the open, still just hits that reflex spray on the player in the front. A great Molotov placement. Joey will be forced out of his cover. Hopefully the flames are not visible. If they are, then that's going to be it for Joey. And yes, it was. The flames are visible. Knights, they get a little glimmer, and that's going to be more than enough for them to capitalize on a 29-point chicken dinner for the players of Knights. Wow.
Hey, I know we showed you guys like 3 Coops interviews. I'm ready to watch 5 more. I mean, what? Coops solo pushed into zone by himself. His 2 teammates are still lagging. Yeah, he was in the open. His 2 teammates were lagging a little bit in the back, and he just demolished the 2 out of HQA, and he just, I mean, it was okay. I mean, I don't think we need
It was just confidence. It was just confidence, like he knew.
Right there.
I mean, he said it, right? Even in the interview, he didn't want it to sound overconfident, but again, he thinks that the lobby doesn't have competition for Knights, and that's a prime example for that. Moves out in the open, has so much confidence that no matter what, even if he gets shot, he will take out the man, and he exactly does so. I mean, hey, he's, as you said, he's got stuff to back him up, so we can't really doubt him.
Yeah, it's quite insane to see, just at a different level. Obviously, the Knights team is at a different level compared to most of the lobby, but Coops himself as a player, I mean, this man should be playing in the PMGC, easily PMGC level caliber individual as a player.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just absolutely insane, Necro.
Exactly, but it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be the analyst desk after this short break.
Choosing the right grips in PUBG Mobile. There are a total of 6 grips in the game, each with its own pros and cons. Let's start with the vertical grip. As the name suggests, it helps you control the recoil of the gun by reducing its upward kick. We have the angle foregrip for you, which reduces the left-right movement whilst shooting. Then again, it won't be of any help to control the vertical recoil. Thus, players who use gyroscopes to control recoil, they receive significant benefits from it. Now, half grip is the one that functions like an all-rounder by reducing both the vertical and horizontal recoil up to an extent. It doesn't equal a vertical or an angled grip combined, but as the name suggests, it brings down the overall recoil by a small factor. Although the half grip may sound perfect, it also comes with the downside of reducing the overall stability of the gun. Light grip, on the other hand, is the counterpart of half grip, which doesn't help with recoil control, but greatly increases the stability of the gun. It means that light grip lets you be more accurate with your shots when you have already mastered recoil control. Thumb grip is one of the most common grips found on the battleground that helps you aim faster when you tap the ADS button. This is best for SMGs and close quarter fights where you need fast reflexes over accuracy. The grip also reduces the recoil and increases the stability slightly. The last one in today's lesson is the laser grip, which is only helpful for hip firefights. This grip reduces the bullet spread while you move and shoot using the crosshair. It serves as a great attachment for secondary weapons like SMGs, when you need to clutch fights in close range. So, there's a variety of options here to support your playstyle. Pick yours carefully to outskill and outmaneuver your opponents every time.
The Knights are back, baby. That's what we like to see there. Something else, of course, we love is our partner. That's right, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Guys, man, dude, did you miss PMPL, right? Did you miss That's what I'm talking about. The mollies like this, straight on the money. 7, what more could you ask for?
This is what we've been asking for, man. Knights being able to fix the mistakes that we're having, coming back, and then Coops just popping off. Not just Coops. I got to give some credit to Tencent. You'll be seeing why later on. Because thanks to that man, he was clutching up big time. Now, the match ranking here. Knights at the top, 29 points. What a way to come back. Then you got Lazarus with 17. And this one is actually a big surprise for me because you can see the placement points weren't that high for the Chosen. But the elims, and they also started with only 3 players, and for me that's super impressive, Glitter, as we see Boring Protocol in 6th place.
Yeah, and that's something we got to call too, because we had seen how bad their performance was on day 1. They got a little bit better in the first time. Now we're here in the actual day number 2. They start hot out the gate with 7 elims. Where was this aggression? Please give me more of that. I love when we see Spec pop off. And then as we take a look here at the second page, you can see that a lot of those points, they kind of get absorbed by those big sponges at the top. It's bad for Dope. That is bad for HTV, as they are the teams that are here for the first time in this super weekend. And they can't necessarily afford too many slow games because they're trying to catch up to, remember, B-Town and execute on those overall super weekend leaderboard 7. So a little rough.
Yeah, and something that that Sute actually said that I quite enjoy is it seems like a lot of these players, as we're seeing 19 Esports, just get the easiest 3 elims of the tournament for any team. Picking people apart. Kiyoshi, the mullet did not help you there. I'm not even going to talk about this place because we are going to be telestrating it and you guys are going to enjoy it, okay? So just act like that's not there. But going back to what Sute was saying is it seems like the players were taking a little bit of time to warm up, and once they warmed up, you saw everything starting to click in. So I feel like match 2 it's going to be even crazier, Glitter. And now going back to the Knights, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but Tensa right there, huge clutch up, winning those 1v1s, making sure the team stayed alive. Overall, the aggressiveness that we saw out of other teams, you mentioned it with Boring Protocol, WallStreetBets too. They only ended up with just 1 placement points, but those 7 Illims were huge for them.
I mean, WallStreetBets, The Chosen, Boring Protocol, the Knights. There were so many times, especially in the end zone, which I'm sure we'll see here as the highlights continue to roll, but there were moments where I was like, okay, things are getting a little bit sketchy for the Knights, because Lazarus, Joey had some really solid off angles in those final moments as well. And we were talking about Lazarus just in general for the Super Weekend, because they have been just so consistently good. They are one of the few teams that doesn't have that yo-yo effect going on that you're talking about, Seven. They are someone that has consistency, and yet again, we see Lazarus here in a top 2 situation.
Yep, as we go here, Thor's top damage. Knights, 2K damage to start off. Day 2 of Super Weekend 2. I actually thought it was going to be a lot more. Did you, Glitter?
Yes, I thought it was going to be more as well, and I'm glad you said that. The fact that they were able to be that efficient with these elims is huge for the Knights. And then, of course, moving on down the list, we've talked about all these teams. I mean, Lazarus, a 2nd place, really strong finish with 5 elims, 7 to WallStreetBets, 9 to The Chosen, 7 to Boring Protocol, and that's huge. That's huge for so many reasons. I do enjoy that we're still getting a Nova appearance up here, even though they were only get 2 elims and they did get taken out by Boring Protocol. Still almost at that 1K damage mark. I mean, solid performance overall for these squads, Jukes.
I mean, I think you asked for a better start, period. I mean, unless, of course, you're Polar Ace, man. That was tough. I don't know how we're still seeing these kind of landings here. I don't know how that happened. I was literally talking with Seven. I was like, bro, come on, you know. But Kiyoshi, we're going to believe in you, right? Come on. Game number 2 is coming up. We'll see it happen. But for the Knights, what more could you ask for, right? They had it down, packed that game. Let's go ahead and, of course, take a look at the stats that we had for them here, because these guys, they got it done. They got it done, especially there towards that end. Oh, I just keep picturing that Molotov just from downtown, right on the money, was just right where it needed to be. So, Seven, talk about the Knights here. Look at that, Coops, 932 damage.
What is there to talk about the Knights? So much to talk about the Knights. I mean, Coops. Now, he heard me call him out. Ladies and gentlemen, I will take full credit for this. He put up 932 damage, 6 Illim, 5 knocks. But not only that, a player that we've been asking for quite a while now, for the past 2 weeks, Tensa. He was able to step it up to 688 damage, 5 Illims, 5 knocks. And then if we go down the list, Xenox with those 3 Illims too. Chico, you know what, Chico, I'm going to give you some slack there, because you have been able to clutch up at times when the team needs you to clutch up. But overall, this is the Knights that we've been talking about. I still feel like there is some mistakes that they need to fix here and there, and you'll see it in a bit. But the way this team is playing right now, I love how spread out they were. I love the rotations that they were able to do. I love the way that they were able to position themselves for the circles coming up too. Overall, this is the Knights that we expect. And the reason why we're hyping them so much is because we want a team that's just going to be absolutely dominant. We want a beast team out of NA. And we're hoping that it's going to be Knights or somebody else. But we just want to see that beastly team.
Man, we got to kind of see a little battle of the kings of NA, right? Before we saw XSET at the end, the previous team's, you know, champions against the Knights. And of course, the Knights getting the better of them there. So I think they're starting to really stand out. So, hey, Seven, why don't you break down one of these amazing plays? You know, you've been waiting for this. Break it down, Seven. Take it away.
Bring it my way, all right? Because right here, this is what I want to talk about. The way Knights was able to take this fight, and I want you to keep in mind, the way Knights currently has all their players just kind of grouped out. You see Chico, you see Coops there. You see Xenox in there, even though he's currently surrounded by Mezexis player. And there is one player from Mezexis that is getting the off angle. Something that Mezexis is going to do that I'm not going to enjoy, and I'm just going to play a little bit here. And it's going to be Inactive. You see Inactive? I really thought Inactive was maybe trying to go, you know, clutch up with his other teammate. But instead, he decides to make a U-turn and just starts sending it on the buggy, and it doesn't end up working out for him because it completely distracts his team. It distracts the enemy. I was hoping that he would be able to at least knock somebody over, but it completely backfired. Now, right here, this was one of the reasons why I was so impressed by the angles and just the positioning that the Knights was able to do. Right now, you have two players from Mezexis being able to just be fully focused on Coops. And guess who's going to have that off angle? That's right. Daddy Tensa's like, oh, hey, boys, you don't see me here. You know what? Let me get this sneaky shots. And he's able to do just that. Yes, Coops does get knocked down, but Tensa's able to clutch that up. And then we always talk about clutching at 1v1s. Tensa is able to clutch up the 1v1s there against Tats. Super close, closer than what we usually like to see, but he is able to clutch it up. And then after that, he's able to recover everybody else. You see Knights being able to come back there. They get into the vehicles, and they like to spread out. So this is also a learning experience here for Mezexis. Try not to group up so much. Make sure you guys not only have just one person getting the off angle. And by the way, look at this. Coops with the major off angle. This man said, you know what? I'm going to go a completely different way. They're able to get inactive. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to give Knights, all the players of Knights, and I know you're somewhere over here and you're somewhere down there, some confetti, because that was just such a wonderful play. The way they were able to play that out, the way they were able to hold the off angles, and the way Tensa was able to clutch that 1v1. I thought it was great, as we do see here a bit of a line graph between Knights. Look at the damage that Knights has been able to do. By the way, this is in comparison to what they've done in the past 5 matches. You can see a big step up here, Glitter, for them.
This is impressive. I mean, this is what we were also hoping for, right? And we'll also have a damage received and elims on here as well as we keep looking at these line charts. But that uptick, look, and I was waiting for the elims. Look at that. That is insane. Okay, and that's not that we're surprised that Knights is able to do that, because obviously this is now the umpteenth time that Knights have had this type of performance. It's the fact that they fell off a little bit. And like you said, Seven, we're looking for that top team coming out of NA. They brought it back, and they're starting to show us again that they want to be that squad.
Yep.
Oh, that was right on the money, Seven. I think the Knights are really starting to change the meta, right? Because before we saw a lot of those squads like Mezexis, right? Group up super tight together, shoulder to shoulder, and just kind of bully people. But, you know, when I was talking to Coops, he was saying that, hey, he saw Nova, you know, do that front man, all 3 off angle splits, and I think we just saw them do it right there, and it was executed to perfection. That is so hard to do, by the way, guys. So why don't we take a look, of course, at their stats that you know from Super Weekend Day 1, Super Weekend Day 2. Take a look, and we can kind of break it down a little bit, because man, dude, Seven, these guys, look, oh my gosh. It's just the damage alone. Come on.
It's a completely different story, not just in damage. Look at the heals too. I mean, they were able to get into more fights. We just saw the fight there that happened with Mezexis, and the elims. They were able to convert all of those elims, all the knocks that they were able to get. They got it down overall. Glitter, this is what we want to see out of Knights.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that there's not that big of a difference in average survival time, so it's really illustrating that they've picked everything up, because they were almost alive for the exact same amount of time, maybe a couple placements difference, right? But they multiplied their elims, their damage by so much. That's what we want. Do that every single time, and I will allow Seven to continue his sandbagging theory, okay?
Oh my gosh. Well, we'll see how they're going to do here in match number 2. I don't think you're going to ask for a better one. Thank you so much, Glitter. Thank you so much, Seven, for that amazing analysis. We're going to go ahead and bring it on over to our casters here for match number 2. And you know where we're headed, guys. You know where we're going. We're headed to the desert. Let's go. Necro, Zute. Y'all guys have some fun in the sun. I'll see you later.
All right, appreciate it, Hot Jukes. Well, that was an exciting game, number 1, and we kept talking about who did their homework, who's going to come in prepared. Well, the Knights did say, you know, they had a few mistakes they needed fixing up, and Coops did mention that in the interviews, and I think Necro, well, they fixed up a lot of things, and they're coming in hot today.
Oh, indeed. They're definitely coming in hot. They were able to kick things off so well, too, with a nice chicken dinner. And now I feel like Knights is one of those teams that will tend to dial things down in the later phases of the game. Now, one of those teams that I'm going to be eyeing out for in this game of Miramar has to be WallStreetBets, because they're also one of those teams. I mean, they're doing quite okay in the overall rankings, but I still feel like they have the caliber to be one of those top-tier teams as well.
Oh, definitely. And WallStreetBets, that's one of the teams that we weren't really expecting to do so well. They definitely came out swinging. So it's great to see these underdog teams, you know, just really showing up. And the Panthers, too. right? The Panthers, I think this is a team that I wouldn't say we doubted. They are a very veteran team. We've seen this, you know, this team name before, maybe not so much this team roster, but they are doing extremely well. So the Panthers and WallStreetBets, I want to see these teams continue to stay near the top and not let that gas pedal go as we head into Miramar and onto the plane path. Plane path, Necro, looking very friendly for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's, I mean, pretty much going to be friendly for all the teams in the lobby because it's like perfectly right from the center, a little bit on the tilted on the left side in the end there. But again, you talked about teams like Panthers coming in, absolutely dominating the week 1 as well in the Super Weekends, doing quite phenomenal. They were placed in the top 3, if I'm not wrong. They were, I think, so second place after the week 1. So Panther is one of those teams that has been proven up to the mark, and then you compare them to a team like Boring Protocol, and then you just wonder what's going on, right? We've been talking about Boring Protocols throughout the day, and something needs to be stepped up, and what better map to do it, right, other than Miramar?
Definitely. Miramar is going to be one of the trickier maps up, but we've seen the experienced teams always manage to kind of show out when it comes to Miramar. The teams dropping out here this time around. Polar Ace, by the way, hopefully they don't run into the similar fate they ran into game number 1, where off drop they lost 3 players. We saw what the plane path could do. This one being quite fair could still potentially cause Polar Ace to face some issues. You see them stretching on that roadside on that Los Leones area, coming really close next to 19E once again. But it looks like they're going to separate a bit more. And yeah, the circle just dead in the center of the map. As center as it can be almost.
Yeah, every single team, they're going to be favored by the zone. This tells us too something, Zoo, is that we're probably not going to be seeing a lot of fights in the early phase of the game unless there are a couple of teams in Los Leones getting a little too close for comfort, just trying to enter into someone's private life. Then maybe things will be taken personally, and then maybe we'll see an early brawl between those teams. But so far, we do know Los Leones, 3 teams do like to drop right next to each other. WallStreetBets too. They're going to be right next to the Los Leones City. Team Panthers right underneath. HTV and Team Panthers, there might just be early clash because you do see one of the players from Panthers. If I'm not wrong, it's Frady right there next to him. So HTV, something needs to be worried, and it's going to be a team like Team Panthers to watch out from. The Chosen right in the smack center. They're going to, as I said, there you go. The first body hits the deck, and it's going to be the players of HTV.
Yeah, Panthers picking up that one, doing a very interesting split towards that southern side. And we've seen this kind of happen. Well, they don't necessarily engage, but yeah, it's a cluster down there on the southern side right there of Los Leones. We have Mezexis 19E, the Panthers, HTV, and WallStreetBets all kind of hovering around that area. I think WallStreetBets is trying to get to Puerto Paraiso typically, so a bit further of a stretch based on the plane path, so they might be heading over there soon. And everyone else, well, I think we're gonna start off with a rather slow game. I don't think many teams are gonna rotate too quickly. And just as I say that though, one of Polar Ace goes down and another player of HTV goes down, so hold that thought.
There you go. Blinky will be confirmed on the other side. 2 players of HTV has already been taken down. Vamp 2, they're short a man so far in this competition, on this map. Chronix right here on half HP. I don't feel like he should be peeking out like that, but he has the ANX to back him up. He's taking a couple of shots. Issue now. He's down low. Yeah, the headshot right there was a great one, and Chronix will be rescued out of this tricky spot. No, please, just Trey, stop the Weekle. What are you doing, Trey?
Hold on. You do realize he could have just came in from the backside and just picked him up? Like,
I know.
Huh?
Or he could have just straight up, just like went the Weekle inside the compound or the little walls.
Yeah, or just go to the backside. Like, I'm flabbergasted. I'm sorry, but Opa trying to hold off a 1v3, and he's gonna go down very quickly to HQA. TC, Opa, out and down for the count. The rest of TC looked like they were trying to come in to support, but a little bit too late, so they're gonna turn around. Also, Boring Protocol, extremely close in this engagement too. So actually super close to the point where Spec and Gotcha are gonna just go into 1v1. Spec doing the jiggles left and right, moving up to the tree cover. Gaja moving up to the rock. Gaja stuck in a really terrible spot. Where is his team to support? That's a good Molotov, though. Spec's going to throw one back. Spec's got that UMP. Gaja's baking in the fire right now, and Spec's going to come out on top. And Fire Frost, he's going to, or First Frost, he also goes down. And, oh man.
Oh my God.
Boring Protocol, a.k.a. Spec, popping off.
Man, I like you just added a.k.a. Spec.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the pop-off man right there. Boy, Spec just able to get those 2 quick eliminations on the board for BOP. And things now are looking certainly pretty good, but they also took a big hit. Carnage is now out the equation. The Chosen 2, they were doing a great job at least trying to reply back in this fight, as First Frost will be confirmed. And now it's all down to the final man alive from the Chosen. It's going to be tough to try and reply back from that one, as Spec now is going to try to bow down, but still some great connections found from Spec. But the replies there from the side of HQA too, and they're just straight up going to send it. A heroic entry into the fray, and now Spec needs to take care of 2 different angles in the front. Still takes down T-Van quite low though, but that's all he's going to get. No knockouts found just yet.
What was, like, did the rest of Boring Protocol, I guess they were caught and they're pinned down by Silk. That must be it. It doesn't look like Acer and Samuel was in that much pressure, so I'm just like, where was the attempt to back up Spec? Like, Spec, it just looks like they just sat back and was like, you're on your own, Spec. And
yeah, it's kind of weird.
Well,
yeah.
Everybody, by the way, is really starting to congregate right here dead in the center. We have XSET, Knights, and the Nova team coming in to this as well. So I thought with such a central circle, nobody's really going to move around too much because everybody's kind of in zone, but it's actually the exact opposite. They're all just going to move in dead center and join in on the party.
Boring Protocols are clearly having huge communication issues so far. Polo G again, quite exposed. You should have scouted the area out first, Polo.
Oh.
But he did not really do so, but that's
a nade.
Great return knock, yep, from the side of Polo. That nade's going to be catching Shivang. Now HQA will need to try and reposition themselves and also get the rest back up on the fallen man. Polo G is back up on his feet, but he's still quite exposed. JV needs to make sure he's all out of harm's way. They don't really have the best cover to work with because HQA in this fight, they have the high ground.
Yeah. HQA, it looks like they're going to back up a little bit. All they really wanted was Spec, and with a new team challenging them, they're just going to hold back and hold their split. Let XSET come here and take that position. XSET looking for a little bit more, as they were trying to third-party this. But at the end of the day, they are like pretty much dead center of circle, so they pick themselves a decent position in the zone too, even if they don't get any elimination points.
Polo G here. As the team, or as the players of HQ are in the front. Kindness now too taken down. What's going on? Nova, they're getting dismantled, and Boring Protocols doing a great job keeping the players. And Nova on their knees. QZZ will strike back like a scorpion. The Stinger's going to be quite tough to try and just mitigate, but again, oh my god, QZZ will finally be shut down. Samuel's quite low though. It's going to be tough to back himself up. We'll need a fresh magazine. Reload the magazine too. Samuel, he's quite low. He's hurt, and it's going to be tough to try and fight back with that much amount of HP to work with, but he's still able to maneuver around the houses. The movement's something that's saving the day for Samuel. He's low again. One single bullet's going to seal the deal, and Shifan will take him out.
They do manage to secure one of the knocks for Boring Protocol is taken out there. And, well, we haven't even hit the second zone shift, and we're seeing fights everywhere. Lazarus just picked up an elimination on that northwest side, just spotted onto the dope side. And the circle does shift to the north. And, well, all the teams just got to migrate a little bit up north, but I'm quite surprised at just how fast the action has picked up. We saw game number 1, Erangel, start off a little bit slow, but I think all that was needed was just one game, and these teams are all just fired up and just ready to jump into the action.
And this is what I've been noticing, right, in the North American region over the days that I've been casting, is that every single team in here, they just like to go and contest a centralized spot for themselves. And that's why a lot of early bodies start hitting the deck when they start to make the rotation out in the open as well. And that's something, I mean, it is quite good to have the centralized position, but if a lot of players are going to be in the center spot, then at that point it's just going to be a death invitation because you never know where you're going to get shot from.
Absolutely agree with that one. XSET laying low. They were like center zone. Now they find themselves surrounded by multiple teams, and even if they wanted to rotate, they can't really. So they're just going to lay quiet. 4 bros coming in, doing a little bit of a scout work. Notices that position's occupied, so they're going to head right back down. A couple teams from the southern side, from that Los Leones area, still trying to make their way into this secondary northern shift. And game is going to calm down just a little bit, Necro. I feel like because we're down to 49 already, teams might just end up spacing out and
there we go.
Not fully engaging, but never mind. Once again, the second I mentioned things are going to calm down, the fights ramp right back up. Maybe I should just say that more often, Necro.
Yeah, maybe you should just keep saying it the whole game. But or I just toss the throw back to you, just be like, yep, it seems like things are calmed down, and then you just see one elimination right there. Something to talk about. But 4 pros, these 2 players, look at them. They're being quite sneaky. Jump punching right next to them. But unfortunately, HQA, they've got the sector covered it right in their eyes. And they will be able to sneak a knock. Russ has been taken out. Leon now realizes that. And will toss in some smokes to try and back his teammate up. But it's going to be quite tough for even him to try and cross over. Leon will need to make sure he's being as cautious as possible. A little bit of exposed body is going to be more than enough for Subpick to just light him up on fire. And that's what's happening. It's just lighting him up. But that's not going to be enough.
The smoke and the cover just enough for Leon to get that revive. XSET will have a little bit of pressure relieved onto them by HQA. But I think 4 bros know this XSET team is now down to 2. We saw one of their players fall earlier. So I think 4 bros kind of wants to take this push. It wouldn't be all too difficult. They do have 4 people, but we'll see what they decide to do here. Circle is closing, and the next zone shift may come out just in time for 4 bros to capitalize on a rotation. So I think they're going to back off here. And indeed, they're going to take that motorcycle and back up. Picked up 1 elimination, looked for more, couldn't get it. A-OK, they'll keep 4 up. TC, meanwhile, was eliminated by the Knights just a few moments ago. And the next circle shift coming right out on your screen.
Oh man, where is it going to be? Because HQA, they're right in the smack center. And oh, this time it's going to favor the teams that do like to play in the center spot. HQA is going to be one of those teams that's going to find themselves in the lucky shoes. But the rest teams like Team Panthers, they still will need to try and make it in. And let me tell you what, Team Panther is really smart in this game, right? Team Panthers realizes that every single team in here, they like to try and focus for the central spot. So they always play on the edge of the circles. And they let those teams try and be a little aggressive and let them pass by in the front. And then in the end, they try to move in from the back. Or even they can try and move in close enough, but they don't really go in the center. They just try to play on the edge of the zones.
Yeah, and also they're one of the teams that know how to do it too. Yeah, we do see a lot of other teams just kind of edging around also, and they don't go for those hard rotations, but they don't see nearly the same success as the Panthers. And Lazarus right now being engaged upon potentially by Vamp. It looks like one of the Vamp players was just crashing into this area to scout Swins here. Or maybe Swins was already here. I think Swins was already here, and it's actually Lazarus overtaking this position, and he gives up his position.
Oh,
I don't know if, yeah, UMP at that distance and Fears isn't really standing still. That is just, I'll just say simply like lack of experience as a competitive player. Those are those mistakes that you do maybe once or twice, and hopefully you learn from it very quickly.
But again, he just stepped out of the cover. As soon as he realized he was getting shot, he could have tried to just like jump across the broken wall. But again, he just panicked, I think so, in the end. Just a little panic moment for Swins, unfortunately. Will be taken out, down and dusted. As Vamp now, they're down to a 2-man squad. There is going to be a bit of sign of worry for the side of Vamp. Dope Esports is one of those teams, as I mentioned, did quite phenomenal in the day 2, and then now just because it's being replayed, we're not really seeing the same sort of effect from the side of Dope.
Definitely not. The Knights, very content just staying on the edge here. They do have a free rotation into the rest of the zone because they have the sight lines up here. So I like the way the Knights play this Miramar match. They land central Picado, but they're not going to just go center of the circle every zone shift. They're going to set themselves up in a prime location that, you know, they can access very easily coming from Picado, and then just play out the rest of the match according to the circle shifts without rushing anything. So we'll see where this circle shift goes, as there is quite a few teams and players already eliminated, and not a single player inside the San Martin city either.
Boy. And not just that. The circle now, as you said, no one is in the San Martin area. At this point, the high ground is probably going to be the main thing to play on, but there's not a lot of high ground to play with. If this time the circle takes a curveball shift, then every single team in the lobby, they're going to have to suffer. Or at least every single team that's playing on the high ground, they'll have to suffer. But so far, high ground's going to be the dominating place, which HQA is in currently.
Oh, man. I just mentioned not a single player in San Martin. Well, we're going to see a lot of players now funneling into San Martin. Nova already took that strong central position of the warehouse. Looks like HQA wanted that same exact position, and they drove right in, an instant knockout of Nova. Nova down to just one player. I'm simply reading this from that chart to your left, and here we are onto the fight. Fast and hard. That's exactly how HQA wanted this building. And they took it from Nova. Nova just down to one. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect for HQA and any more disastrous for the side of Nova.
Oh boy. Nova, this time the rotation is not really working out. And this is exactly what I'm saying, right? The city circles, this just catches so many teams off guard, and Nova is one of those teams that did not really know what to anticipate coming through their way. One of the players from Knights will be knocked out, Xenox, but he still at least has cover from both the sides. Team Panthers, they're able to find an opening against the players of WallStreetBets. Hayuya will instantly confirm that, as now Panthers too, they're going to be on the receiving end. Moso taken down. Knights is one of those teams Panthers is going against. This is going to be a worth watching fight.
Knights versus Panthers on the edge. Both teams specialized in fighting. Gonna have to say, the Knights have the advantage of the high ground, but we can't count out a team like the Panthers. The Panthers already reset up. The Knights trying to get their full reset, not able to. Chico goes down, and well, the Panthers, ooh, two of them knocked just like that. Now it's a 2v2. It looked like the Panthers had everything under control, but the Knights get a double knock so quickly. They have to move quickly, though. If the Knights don't capitalize off this, the Panther team is just slowly going to get reset back up.
Knights, again, as you said, they'll need to try and capitalize, and seems like Knights, they're not really going to try to do so, because again, if they do, there's going to be a bit of threat onto themselves. They'll try and need to expose themselves. At least they will need to expose themselves while they're going to try to make the push. Catching a lot of bullets. Tensa, the vehicle also starting to smoke. You might as well try and be as quick as possible with the rotation. Both of the vehicles smoking. It's kind of hard to choose which to go for, but finally makes up his mind. But now Knights, again, down to a two-man squad. One of the players still knocked out. At this point in time, might as well just try and play for the placement, and that's what Knight is going for.
Yeah. Well, this is why the Panthers specialize in edging, and as strong as the Knights are as a team when it comes to multiple situations and fighting, I love how we saw that clear clash difference when it came to what the Panthers do specifically in every map compared to, you know, the jack of all trades of the Knights. So the Panthers will win that one out, and they will keep 4 members alive as we head into the next circle shift. And while HQA, they're sitting very pretty right there in that warehouse that they decided to prioritize in the previous circle.
Talk about prioritize, though. In this circle, you cannot really go for the centralized spot. If you do, you're just going to be the center of attraction. We'll need to try and play on the edge. As Vamp, again, they're going to be on the receiving end. One of the players from 19 Esports this time is going to be able to find that nice trap, or at least going to be able to set that trap and get that easy elimination points in their hands. 19 Esports, they're spread out quite well. the Panthers too, still looking to make the rotation in. But 19 Esports, they're just going to make sure every single team here on the edge line of the zone, they're just being held off at bay. Alucard on a rescue mission for his teammate. He's going to be able to get him out of harm's way. But now the Panthers, oh, this final man for WallStreetBets is being, or at least for now, he's causing a lot of menace for the side of the Panthers, as Hayuya has already been taken down. Drago is quite low. He's going to be able to patch himself up. He's the final man alive. Drago moves out in the open, but he will be taken care of eventually.
Now it's going to be a 19 Esports versus the Panthers fight to break out soon, as the Panthers still not fully yet in the zone. They're just barely on the edge. And that's not a position I could see 19 Esports and the Panthers coexisting peacefully. So circles pressing in. You see the Panthers setting up their smoke wall, block out the lines of sight of potential third parties so they can specifically focus onto 19 Esports. And Rad, with a nice little hop out the car in that lean peak, almost gets the knock onto the Panthers.
Yeah, that was a great one too. Nice, calculated. Talk about calculated plays though. This is a bit of replay from the previous fight, or how things really started to light up between Knights and how they took a casualty. Coops was all the way at the top with the high ground to play with as well, and unfortunately, Coops was one of those players that got taken out early.
No, the reason why we showed that replay was just because we can't get enough from Coops, right? We already put up 5 interviews. Might as well throw up a little bit of a driving montage right there. So, yeah, Coops in that buggy, looking good. Unfortunately, though, Coops not alive in the lobby as of right now. So 19 Esports continues to defend this position, not against the Panthers, but now against 4 Bros. And 19E looking good right now. One of their players did get knocked. The Panthers having to their hands being forced right now by the blue zone, and it is a cluster right now on the southern side of Miramar.
And yeah, the Panthers really need to breach through 19 Esports' defense. If they're not going to be able to, then the wall of death is just going to keep on eating them alive. A lot of bullets in their direction. They're quite exposed too. I mean, the smokes is just going to block the visual, not the bullets. Issue now catching bullets from the back as well. HQA just knocking on their doors. Or it's 4 Pros knocking on 19 Esports' doors, and Dope Esports too will take an exit from the lobby. Finally, a send-it moment from the side of Poppy. Did not really expect one of the players from the Panthers to be there, or at least one of the players from 19 Esports to be there, but he still wins that duel, and he takes down the player in the front. But if you take a look at SB and Alucard's split, it's quite an instrumental one. If they want, they can try and sandwich the entire team at the Panthers.
Yeah, and that zone shift does go down to the south side, so the Panthers in a nice position now. But you mentioned that sandwich. You see Alucard, he did try and head up to engage, but instantly knocked. Maybe by the Panthers, maybe by 4 Bros on the backside, but 19 Esports, they have fallen apart. Now it's just only SB, and I think I just saw a nade or something rain into his little shack, but he still stays up. Hayuya goes down. SB doing the most he can from inside the small toll booth with the smokes and with the grenades. And wow, the Panthers eliminated.
Yeah, big elimination too. 19 Esports still, they are able to get things under control and in their hands. Look at this, 5 teams alive in the lobby with 12 players in total. HTV is one of those. And HTV is really one of those teams that like to play together, that like to play grouped up. The final man was exposed. Myth will follow it up and will be eliminated.
4 Bros now having a little bit of space to work with after eliminating a few teams, but that space is going to be encroached upon by the Lazarus side. And oh, that's a good grenade. Lori's nade, return nade though was even better. Gets Fears. And just one more could actually finish that elimination right there. And yep, Fears does go down. Lazarus pulling up a little bit too close. 4 Bros answers back with a heavy, heavy barrage of grenades.
Yeah, some clapper nades from their side. 19 Esports still alive and looking decent in the game. Alucard and SB is the duo currently trying to make some Mission Impossible stuff happen. As Godv from the side of Vamp is going to be there too. SP though moves out a bit too much, exposes himself, and instantly will be capitalized on. Position compromise, taken down easily. Russ now looking to confirm the frag. But so far, that's not really the case. They're not really able to do so. Need a little bit more glimmer off that visual, and that's going to be more than enough to confirm. As Lazarus and 4 Pros, both these teams are now in equal players, as it's a 3-on-3.
19E.
Oh my God,
Vamp,
wow.
The solos. Oh, instant trades back and forth. 2-2, or should I say 2v2. Kaseki in the back line trying to hold it down to make sure they don't get third-partied by anyone else. This is Jack will go for that revive. 4 Bros will go for their revive. The solos of 19E, Alucard, and Vamp God V, they need to make their way into the zone. They remain quiet enough. They could just let Lazarus and 4 Bros try and duke it out.
That was a great Molotov right there on the Isajat. And now instant rotation from the side of Lazarus too. Oh. He tried to pop back out, but that was not the case. He already got himself in the line stand, and he got easily taken care of. As now it's all down to the final man alive, Joey. A lot of pressure to work with. A lot of eyes from the entire squad of Lazarus to try and just secure this chicken dinner. And Lazarus needed to. Yes, the chat will be confirmed. Vamp Godby just trying to spawn their glimmers of hope, and Godby's able to do so successfully, but he doesn't really have the HP to back him up. Joey now, this might just be his chance to try and capitalize. 4 Bros is the only team that has the man advantage so far.
It is a man advantage, but 2 of them are knocked, so it's a 3-way standoff right now. Oh, it hits. It gets a kill confirm. Takes one away from Godby, and Laurie is staring at that nade and runs away just in time. 4 Bros will get reset to 2. Joey is going to take this 1v1 with Godby.
Oh no, but he gets shot from the back. Leon's going to take out Joey. Lazarus now out in the 3rd spot. It's all down to Godby versus the players of 4 Bros. 2-on-1 situation. And look at 4 Bros. They just don't have a lot of meds. Trying to bandage themselves up. It's going to be hard for 4 Bros to patch him. But again, 4 Bros, if I'm not wrong, the circle is kind of shifted away from them. So they will need to leave this high ground. This is where Godby will find himself in a huge advantage.
Godby's got a slight advantage positionally, but it is a 1v2. Laurie is healed up to 80 and a full boost. That health is going to tick up ever so slowly. Leon, not as fortunate. But they're going to work together in tandem. They're going to push up to that tree, both pre-firing, zigzagging left and right. Godby trying to maintain the quickest of peaks so he doesn't get shot in return, but he's not connecting any shots. Laurie pushing up. Oh, Godby down to 1 HP. It's not looking good. 4 Bros should secure this one, and indeed, 4 Bros with the teamwork does come in huge with, I would have to say, a much-needed chicken. But that was a very good performance by Vamp, that solo player, carrying his team all the way up to a top 2 and potentially almost that chicken for themselves.
Exactly, and Godby there, dude. I honestly thought that Micro Uzi can just be one of those guns that's going to be an absolute shredder in those final zones. But unfortunately, I mean, 4 Bros too, they played that so well. They maintained their distance, did realize that he had a Uzi in the hand. And we know it can just shred through meat quite easily. Let's take a look at the round report and let's find out how things really looked like in the previous match, because I'm pretty sure the players of 4 Bros were there just firing on all cylinders.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned it. Leon, 7 eliminations. Russ coming in with the highest damage. Most nade elims as well. And, oh, dude, that was a really good performance out of 4 Bros. This is the 4 Bros team that we kind of saw maybe in week number 1 when they were, like, taking the fight to Nova and Sanhok and winning those hot drops. But ever since they started losing those, they've quite literally just fell off, and we haven't seen much from them. But this is a nice little shine of hope out of the side of 4 Bros. That break definitely helped them out, at least when it comes to this game. And well, we'll see how much longer they could keep this up, because I kind of feel like this is just a one-off almost.
Yeah, exactly. And again, 4 Bros was one of those teams that the circle did not really favor them. They had to fight their way through that. They had to sweep their way through. But again, it seems like the analyst desk is waiting. So it's time for us to toss to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the analyst desk.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AARs, like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
Four Bros were the big chicken dinner winners of that last match. That's how you get it done. Speaking of getting it done, of course, gotta go show some big love to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners. Guys, I mean, wow, Four Bros there at the end. Honestly, I mean, just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, Glitter even thought almost Vamp almost won there. It was so crazy towards the end, but Four Bros ended up getting the big chicken dinner there. What'd you think about that, Glitter?
I mean, I actually am very, very happy to see this, because if we go and look at the placements from the first day of the Super Weekend, which does feel like it was a while ago, this was Four Bros' best map on the day. They're continuing that consistency here on Miramar, so that's huge for them. 12 elims for 27 points overall now. If they can just pick up that consistency across the board, they will be a team to contend with. But we were talking about this while we were watching Seven Lazarus, consistently in a top 2, top 3 position. Joey once again was the last one alive for Lazarus, and Vamp. Vamp is a team that needs these points, and this is just kind of their play style at this point. We've talked about it. They really go for those placements, Seven.
They really do, and just going completely the opposite of what you were saying there, XSET has not been performing well in Miramar. This is the second Miramar so far this Super Weekend, and we have only played 2 where they end up in 15th place. And it's not just them. We also have the Chosen. I mean, the Chosen finished in 15th place there. And guess what? Last Miramar, I think they ended up in 16th place. So 1 place improvement? Not good enough, Glitter. Not good enough.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And to be fair, though, a lot of our heavy hitters got taken out early. I mean, we're watching the highlights here, and you're seeing Nova going up against Boring Protocol. The Knights went down to Panthers, and I don't think anybody was expecting that after their Game 1 performance. To be fair, though, Panthers are a team that we've also gotten a chance to talk about a lot so far this season. And if I'm not mistaken, on day 1, Panthers were actually the ones that won the Miramar match, and this is that fight that I was talking about here. So this is a map that they're clearly comfortable on. But we're seeing still, we're getting elims out of WallStreetBets. We're getting consistency out of some of the teams that I think in the beginning none of us were really anticipating, and everything's starting to get flipped on top of its head.
Yeah, when you talk about elims, I mean, we got to talk about helping Quit Addiction, right? HQA, because they were able to put up 9 elims, and then if we go up even more of what we got a chance to see on that leaderboard, Another team that's been impressive to me, 19 Esports. They've been putting up elims. We saw how the easy 3 elims, right, that they got in Erangel, but here they were able to back it up with 6 elim points, and not just that, they were able to back it up with a 4th place finish, which means 8 placement points. 14 points total for them. That's going to help them out because this was a team going back to Super Weekend 1. Yes, I'm taking you way back as we're watching the highlights here. That was a bit questionable. They barely qualified to the first Super Weekend, but now we're starting to see a completely different 19 Esports team, and I think it could be to Alucard just finally starting to fall into place with his teammates and everybody just starting to play together the way they expect themselves to, right, Glitter?
You know, I think this is what we're getting now. Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh.
I was not ready for the over 2,500 damage coming out of Four Bros, and then almost matched by Panthers at over 2,200 damage, 12 and 10 elims apiece. I mean, you talked about HQA big damage numbers as a result of those 9 elims, 7. This is crazy.
It really is, and I actually was not expecting any of those teams to be over 2k damage. So I'm with you. And then you have HQA, I mean, 1,600 damage. Like, this was a very aggressive Miramar right from the get-go. We saw so many third parties to the point, like, we're even seeing Knights here. Only 1 ilim, 820 damage, though. And then you have Polar Ace, 1 ilim as well, 811 damage. A lot more damage as a lot of teams are able to just third-party each other and kind of just work their way out. It did not work in Boring Protocol's favor. We're not seeing them here, but Spec was able to clutch up 2 huge elims. And as we go to the top players here, we have Leon, 724 damage with 7 elims. And then if we go down, I mean, it's literally all just 4 bro players. Glitter?
I think I'm most impressed by how dead even this damage is. I mean, we talk about all the time how teams have superstars or even duos at this point. This is some heavy lifting by all of Four Bros. The fact that Russ has almost 800 damage and only 1 elim, obviously Leon was picking up a lot of those and making sure he's padding his own stats, but this is an incredible performance for Four Bros, and for a squad that does tend to be a little bit up and down, roller coastery, yo-yo-ish, whatever you want to call it, this will make a difference in the points for them, Jukes.
I think this was huge, especially like getting that momentum started for them. I think that's a big thing when it comes to teams that are on that kind of bottom side. So getting that big chicken dinner, hopefully that gets them motivated and they can start continuing to get it done here as the day goes on. Now, gotta talk about Boring Protocol. You know, a lot of the veterans there in the squad, you know, we saw them get a little bit of zone blessing there in match number 1, but they worked for it here in number 2. And look at these stats between these 2 different days here.
They definitely did. I mean, look at day 1. 400 damage when we go down to Illims 1.2. Average survival time. I mean, this is the reason why they were only able to get 8 points for that whole day. And today, so far, as I said, it didn't work out for them on this last Miramar, but we're starting to see a little bit more aggression out of them. We're starting to see Spec become that player that we expect them to be. They are able to put up 4.5 Illims per match, 1,000 damage. They are currently improving a little bit more on their average survival time, and I think if it wouldn't have been for the third party that happened there in Miramar, this would have been a completely different story for the average survival time for this team too. But then, hey, we're going back to Erangel coming up soon. I think this team, we just need to see somebody else besides Spec. That's what it comes down to. When we talk about Boring Protocol, we've been talking a lot more about Spec. We need to see Acer. We need to see Carnage. Come on, we want to start talking about you guys too.
Oh, and you know that they want to be talked about. So as a matter of fact, I got the chance to talk to Acer here the other day. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at that awesome interview.
I wonder, do you feel that when it comes to having Spec now, like influencing, right, like those call outs, do you feel like it's still taking you guys some time to like adjust to that? Or is it kind of like, does Sam always get like the automatic answer? You know what I'm saying? Like if it comes to like, if Spec and Sam are colliding when it comes to a certain play call, like how do you guys navigate through that?
At the end of the day, like Sam, he has like the final say, right? He's the IGL. So we're just throwing in suggestions that what we think is like might work. Like we're always throwing in suggestions, and if Sam thinks that, oh, like I think we should do this, and he has the final say. So there's not really like any colliding like things like that. We just leave it up to Sam to like be the final say. We just throw in suggestions so he has more options to pick out of, you know.
Heck yeah, dude. I mean, giving that intel, right? Giving that intel to your IGL to make the decision is huge. It's huge, man. Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right. Next question that I have up here is, what kind of preparations did you guys go through before coming here? Like, for a lot of people that don't know, like, you know, obviously we're talking about, you know, the pickup of Spec. Like, how long has that been? What have y'all been doing when it comes to training with Spec now on your squad?
I mean, we just been playing a bunch of scrims, playing tourneys, like trying to like get adjusted. Like we played a bunch. Like we were so motivated when we got Spec on the team. I was like, it's Spec, man.
Let's go, right?
Like, yeah, we were so motivated, man. So yeah, we just played a lot of scrims. We've been playing like a bunch of 2v2s before PMPL to like get warmed up, and like individual practice, you know, because I mean you don't want to be like 2v2ing all day. Because I don't know, it gets stale, right? So like just individual practice 2v2. Lots of scrims, tourneys and stuff to just get the team like adjusted.
Next question, it says here, what are your expectations heading into the finals?
Heading to the finals, just I don't know, man. Like there's so many things. Like we obviously we want to like get rid of like most of these like simple mistakes that we're making. We want to play more together as a team. Like we definitely want that. So like my expectation of getting to the final is like I think we're gonna do pretty well. Like as long as we play together as a team, as long as like there's no arguments in between games or like in the middle of the game, obviously, like definitely in the middle of games.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna do well. We just gotta play with like full confidence, like no like getting demotivated after like a really bad game. So yeah, that's it.
That's a hard one. That's a hard one right there. I noticed like after talking to so many different players and teams, I noticed that some guys, what they do is like some teams like have like real strict rules when it comes to like having a bad game, when it comes to giving another player feedback, right? Saying, hey, you know what, you should have did this or do that. I noticed that some teams and some players are like, we don't even talk about that stuff until after the whole day is done, right?
Yeah.
Is that kind of like a rule you guys abide by, or are you guys like after a bad game, like walk us through like kind of like what's that like?
Well, so after a bad game, we definitely do not want to like start up arguments, because if you start up an argument with another player, like you get emotional, they get emotional, so like the mood just goes down, like everybody just feels like down. So we definitely like want to keep that until after the game. Like we talk with our coach, like we VOD review for a bit, like 30 minutes maybe to an hour, and then like we talk about it like after the game, like not in between games, because in between games then you think about that like before the game starts, like before the next game starts, I mean. So like yeah, that's the rule that we have. Like we talk about it after the game, like no arguments, nothing like that until after all the matches are done.
Great interview coming through from Acer from Boring Protocol. Really interested to see how they're going to be performing on this next match, which Necro is going to be on Erangel. I'm a little bit jealous that I'm coming in now. Didn't get to cast the last game because I had chosen 4 bros to be great today, and they got a chicken dinner last match. So now they just have to do it again, right? Now that I'm finally here.
Well, I feel like it's going to be a little tough, especially considering the fact that Knights were able to absolutely demolish everyone in the first game of Erangel. So I feel like they've already got the breeze flowing in their way. All they need to do is just perform a bit much more consistent, and then I feel like even this Erangel game might just be theirs. But as you said, Boring Protocols is one of those teams too that really needs those points in their pockets, and so far they're not really able to do so.
Yeah, so we'll be able to see if they're going to be able to bring it back, maybe take a fight against the Knights in this next one. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing what this next playing path is going to be. The first circle, of course, of Erangel. And there's definitely a couple of teams I'm going to be keeping an eye on that needs to start gaining those points. You already mentioned Boring Protocol being one of them. But, of course, there are some of those other teams that are kind of down there that need to continue to catch up. Dope, HTV. I could keep on going, but it looks like we're starting now inside of the plane, starting over on the western side of Erangel for this one. That is a very southwestern plane, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, Dope, they were doing so great, right, in the day 2 of the week 2. But now, just because it's the replay, Dope, they will need to re-perform again. And so far, it seems like Dope, they're clearly on a huge struggling phase, and they're not really able to replicate what they did last time. So it's going to be a bit tough. It's like stealing food away from a hungry man.
Much to
Points just got snatched.
Yeah, much to Seven's disappointment or sadness, but we'll see. Dope could still go on ahead and bring it back. We still have 3 games left for them to go on ahead and do well. Maybe they'll be able to bring it back this time. But I mean, even the analysts said after game 1, and you already mentioned Knights just doing absolutely amazing game 1. They said Knights are back, so we'll see if they're going to continue to dominate on the side of Erangel. So for the majority of the people jumping out of the plane, kind of going up towards that northern side, actually. Only HTV and 4Bros going down to the southern side so far. Knights, of course, going on to Military Island as well. This is going to be a pretty difficult one to kind of get away from each other on once again. And the circle is going to give no hints on where this is going to end up. This could completely be a Military Island circle. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm hyped. Please give me a military circle. Please. I want to see the team struggle. I mean, not in a bad way, but it's more kind of like, you know, I love content, all right? Please don't judge me.
Casters, man. Yeah, it's like we're just like, oh yeah, we love these hard circles that are just going to absolutely punish these players. No, I mean, I like seeing difficult circles because that just means that we're really going to see these players' minds work, right? Especially when it comes to this macro play with their rotations. So that's what I'm excited for. But also, it's going to be pretty hard to watch. I'm going to feel pretty empathetic, especially for teams like Vamp, all the way on North Georgia Pool. This rotation is going to be all kinds of difficult. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on them, how they're going to keep going. But first of all, we're just going to start flying around, seeing how all the teams are doing. One of them being Boring Protocol, starting out in Pachinki. We just listened to one of the team's interviews here. So I think they obviously want to have something happen this game for them.
I mean, I'm expecting Acer to do really good, right, after that interview. It's like you also got a little bit of camera time right there, Acer. You might just be able to pump up your confidence a bit more. Might just see some Acer pop-off moments. I mean, if he's been able to deliver from the side of Boring Protocol, but again, Zute, a crucial point was mentioned from his side as well, is that when Spec pops off, it's like the entire Boring Protocol 2 starts to pop off, and they rely a lot on Spec, and something needs to be stopped, right? They need to stop relying so much on Spec and try and be the playmaker. Every single player should be able to stand up for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll just have to keep an eye on them coming out of Pachinki, see if all 4 members are going to be able to kind of pull their weight. Same with 4Bros. Yay, I'm so happy that we're actually spectating them because, again, I want to see them go on ahead and continue to perform. They need the points. You can even see their stats over there on the side. Average eliminations on Erangel is 3, so they got to go on ahead and continue to improve that. And they're already heading across the bridge. So they landed around that ferry pier area, going across the bridge now, and you can see Knights Coop swooping in. Same with Tenza on the other side. They were trying to start bridge camping this, but I don't know if they got here in time. Here we go, though. The shots start coming through. No way, 4Bros actually stop on this. Leon gets a knock onto 2 of them. Russ unfortunately goes down, but the rest of Knights are too far away. You can see the Xenox trying to fly over now with his vehicle, but 4Bros kind of cleaned up those 2 members there now, instantly going for the res. We'll see if he's going to be able to kind of set up on that hill behind, or it actually looks like Xenox is pulling off of that.
Man, this is literally the planned fly path, just punishing the players of Knights. I mean, they like to drop in Yasna Poliana, but how are they supposed to make it when the planned fly path is just going to be heading down south all the way from the bottom left? Next to impossible. You will have to buy so much time. So Knights, they just dropped on the military island. Chico too, just completely spread out. And this is what I'm saying. As I said, the plane path just caught the players of Knights off guard. They had no choice of how they had no clue how they were going to try and play this thing, and they just got caught off guard right there. 4Bros too, just flipping the switch and turning the tables in their favor. Doing a great job with that defense on that bridge right there. Or at least breaching through that defense of Knights. Knights too, they should have been a little proactive and try to at least get the bridge control a bit much more sooner.
I mean, I absolutely love that they identified that there's only 2 members of Knights there, so they just decided to stop on them and get those kills. Xenox is down to the southern side, and I instantly was like, where's Chico, though? And I took a look at the map, and he was actually on the northern side. He was on the main body of Erangel, on the northern side of the bridge, kind of right behind them. So that means the Knights, they were very split. I wonder if they were trying to hold that, waiting for Chico to cross safely. But the rest of 4Bros, it looks like they decided to continue in, probably trying to seek out another member of the Knights. But I don't think they realized that Xenox is right beside them inside the building. Looks like since he is split away from his other remaining teammate, he's just not going to go on ahead and take those shots, though. So 4Bros will be able to leave him alone for now. I think that Xenox is home. And honestly, if 4Bros decide to go back and kind of play those buildings, he might just be able to surprise them.
4Bros, they're just like traversing around this compound because they know one of the Knights player managed to escape. Where could he potentially be? They also do not want to scout out those buildings because there is going to be a huge threat that Xenox might just 1v2 them. Finally, now the position's compromised, and now they're going to try and charge on in. He has the PP Bowser to back him up in the close range. SMGs can be quite devastating, and so far he's able to deliver 2 players easily taken out. He also has the first stage to try and patch himself up, and this might just be Xenox's 1v4 if he's able to capitalize pretty well. He patches himself up at the right nick of time, whips out the PP Bison, takes him out too. Xenox, is he going to be able to connect this crucial shot? And he does! Xenox with a 104! How does he make this happen? Xenox, an absolute beast!
I'm actually speechless. I don't know what to say on that. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of celebration bullets into the ground as well. I mean, I think that was rightfully deserved there. Yeah, he really did. I now feel really bad. I feel like maybe I kind of cursed 4Bros there, like, they got this. But no, Xenox, he honestly played that pretty well, being able to kind of turn those into a lot of 1v1 fights, taking the shots as they were coming up the stairs. That was pretty well played. It does look like across the bridge, back on the northern side, the action does continue. You can see Chico, he is hiding out in that warehouse up to the northern side, while Boring Protocol and Nova, they're starting to take this fight. Looks like Spec, a little bit spread apart from the rest of his team, trying to take some shots towards Koi. I think they realize that there is an enemy up here, though, and they want to try and take advantage of it. Definitely sees that smoke over there. Doesn't know exactly where Spec is, though, so isn't going to entirely push on that. But I'm still... Should we go back to the Xenox play? I'm still totally entranced by that.
I'm not gonna lie, I mean, if I start breaking it down, there's just so many things to break down in that play. So analyst desk, please, if you guys are listening to me, please break that play down, because 4Bros, they made a lot of mistakes. They try to challenge the fight one after the other on the stairs right there, while they could have just tried to play for traits, and that's not what the case was. Xenox was easily able to take him out. Man, but yeah, analyst desk, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. Please try and analyze that fight, but dope.
Yoink.
Just taking shots in the front. There's no, they're going to try and make it back there. Koi was taken down to half HP. But no, still, they're going to be out of harm's way. Chico's right here, too. 2 players of Knights are still alive, and it seems like these 2 players are going to be more than enough to cause menace in the lobby.
I also love that Dope actually got the knock and a Spec there, and Koi from Nova is able to kind of yoink it as an elimination point for his team. So that's going to be quite helpful. You can see there average eliminations as well, being around that 6 mark. So Dope's not going to be happy about that. One of their knocks being stolen away. You can see Pan, he was the back over there like, what happened to my knock? Where'd it go? This next zone, though, Bats closed, revealing our circle 2. And at this point, the majority of people inside of the zone, the only one furthest away is still Vamp, but that's kind of a given based off of where they were coming out of on their looting phase. And it looks like the circle is not going to be doing them any favors. Continue to pull down to the southern side. Still has a little bit of that western bridge inside of it. So where all those people are right there, a little bit of congestion. We just know that it's going to continue to pile up, especially because we can see a couple more teams right above them to the northern side about to join the fight, including 19 Esports. All those people that decided to make a big rotation over to the eastern side might be a little bit happier, except we can for sure see that Team Chosen is actually holding the bridge over there. Only really 2 teams really safe inside of Military Island, and of course the solo for Knights of Xenox over there.
Man, I'm still not able to wrap my head around that 1-on-4 by Xenox, but yeah, I'll try to focus on the game for now. Mezexis, look at the high ground that they have. Peralta, imagine the amount of info this man's going to be getting from this top ground. XSET in the front. He's currently being the Overwatch. He's pretty much feeling like God at this point on the top of the players, getting info, live tracking on every single player of XSET. J7 and Polo G, you better make sure that you better not make sure that you're going to be out in the open anytime soon in the future. XSET all 4 players up, and XSET2 one of those teams that aren't really performing up to the mark.
Yeah, seems like maybe they're going to want to try and catch up a little bit when it comes to eliminations by holding this bridge. You can see them also trading some loot here, it looks like. Swapping those scopes, making sure that they're ready. Right across this bridge actually is Polar Ace, so maybe they don't have to wait for too long to start the fight. I mean, taking a bridge hold, I feel like could be a pretty risky play. I mean, you do get the opportunity to kind of get a little bit of an advantage and hold people out when people start trying to desperately cross the bridge, but also it does kind of take your focus away from getting inside of the next zone. People can kind of start getting in front of you, maybe start trying to hold you out. There's a huge chance of third partying happen, so we'll see what XSET is really going to be able to do from this position here. Obviously holding, trying to get a couple of kills on this bridge rotation, but they're going to have to wait for it a little bit longer.
Production, can we, like, hopefully I'm not asking for too much here, but can we get the replay of that 1-on-4 again? Just want to look at it. Can we get the replay, please, production, if you guys are listening to me? I want to see the replay of that. But yeah, Chico is quite separated out from Xenox. Xenox is all the way there in the military island, and he's still sitting in those same houses that he was before. I mean, makes sense. He doesn't really need to reveal himself. I mean, nice, they've already had a great start. They currently have 5 eliminations on the board for themselves. And Chico here now, he will need to try and 1v4 again. If he's not going to be able to, it's going to be hard for this man to survive. Issue taken down quite low. Chico being really proactive in this fight. He's giving a lot of food cues away. Would just want to punch boost his way on the other side. Alucard will be caught off guard, but so far he's not really doing so. I feel like punch boosting can take you long ways in this one, and that's what he's exactly doing so far. Also trying to collect the info on top of the box, but Chico needs to make sure that he's not getting aggressed on by the players in 19.
I like how cautious 19 Esports is taking this as well, because they don't know exactly who's inside of this warehouse, and they definitely know that there's people holding the bridge outside of it. So I like that they're kind of taking this a little bit more cautious, trying to kind of feel out what's happening there. We can see the little red pings, though, going off as some sort of action's happening down there, but we got to see where the circle's going to go, and no way! One of the meanest circle shifts ever. It's actually going to pull over to the western side, has a ton of water inside of it, and this is a hard shift and a half. You can already see a ton of people inside their vehicles starting to make a send for it. 2 teams inside of it, and of course still the solo Xenox from the Knights. And I mean, I love it in that it's going to be very interesting to watch, but with how many teams that we still have alive in this, 15 teams, this circle is much too small. So this is going to be a kill zone, Necro, so we got to be prepared for this. It looks like WallStreetBets versus Boring Protocol is going to start it off. A couple of other knocks happening inside of the kill feed, but we'll see who's going to be getting the knocks here. Acer, we were able to watch his interview earlier. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold this up, but Steve-O actually being able to make a big wraparound on top of him is going to have Boring Protocol, the first team eliminated from this. 14 teams now still alive. We'll see if WallStreetBets from that is going to be able to make a nice rotation from there, but here comes Polar Ace. They gave up on the Eastern Bridge.
Boring Protocols, man, I mean, we're talking about this team, right? And unfortunately, it seems like we just cursed them. Getting eliminated on 14th spot, or on the 15th spot, the second team to get eliminated from this game. And so far, Xenox also has a great positioning inside the zone. Polar Ace quite close to the players of 19 Esports. Issue is taken down quite low, but unfortunately, Chronix, he decides to reload, even though he had 15 bullets in the magazine. Still went back in the cover, made a quick reload happen. No, this is way too risky. Chronix, don't peek out from the same angle. Try to reposition yourself.
Oh man, okay, and there we go. The heal now coming through. 19 Esports, they did have complete control over this, but Polar Ace basically stopping on top of them. I feel like Issue inside here alone isn't going to look good for him. He does go for the drop shot though, and is successful. No way, he gets a second one as well. Actually, the trades come through. Kiyoshi is able to kind of clean that up for his team. 19 Esports not happy about this whatsoever, but the nade still being tossed in. Alucard starting to go for the chase. All of Polar Ace now stuck inside of this warehouse, except now 19 Esports getting shot in the back as well. This is not looking good for them. I have a feeling that there's only 2 of them left, so let's see if Alucard's going to get any semblance of points from this for his team, as he's now, if I'm not mistaken, the last one kind of standing.
Yes, it was.
It was.
Oh, that's a team knock right there. This might just give an open opportunity for Alucard to try and capitalize. Trey now needs to play things a bit safe. He does hear the footsteps approaching. Another nade wasted. Kiyoshi from the back trying to capitalize as well. Slowly, steadily moving in from the back to Alucard. Too many angles to deal with and eventually fall down. Polar Ace doing a great job challenging that fight, but they still are left quite back. They need to try and make it inside the zone, and it's going to be a quite tough one.
Kiyoshi got a lot of knocks in that situation, but of course, jumping to even more action. I mean, we said it was going to be a kill zone, so not quite surprised to see WallStreetBets now taking another fight with Nova. Both of these teams finally starting to try and cross this bridge. Both of them were originally on the northern side, but zone going to kind of pull towards them. Not surprised that it's going to kind of stay on the land, of course, but a ton of teams down to the southern side are going to be fighting it out as well. As another member of WallStreetBets are starting to fall. Looks like they're getting some trades onto Nova as well. Just look at these rotations as well. Coming out of Ferry Pier, a ton of people, honestly, aren't even inside of this next zone. The only ones really set up are HTV at that compound, smack dab on the top of the mountain in the side of this zone.
Oh boy. And now Noah, they're just getting dismantled. They're falling down on this bridge. Polar Ace, even though they are all tanking the blue zone damage, they're still able to breach through their defense. Noah, 3 taken out. 24K is just going to try to wrap those kills up. And Blinky, oh, too many bullets fired in this direction. Going to be a bit tough for this man to try and fire back. But that nade's so well placed. 24K cooks it to perfection. But unfortunately, one of the men from Noah is all the way on the top of the hill. I'm not going to lie. I yelled so hard in that 1v4 that my throat is actually hurting right now. Man.
Well, it does now look like Polar Ace is kind of stuck out here in the blue zone. Blinky, the last one up. He has 4 first aids. And it looks like he's waiting at this point, hoping that Nova Esports is going to stop being interested in this direction so that maybe Blinky can go on ahead and kind of squeeze into this zone. I think it's only Zifan is the last one alive for Nova, though, so Blinky might be able to make it. We'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, he's getting chunked by this blue zone on top of him. Elsewhere inside of the zone, there are teams with a couple more members. So it was a ton of action up to the northern side, of course, from all of those shifts. But now this zone, we're going to start seeing a lot of fights happening down to the southern side. So finally, we're going to see some fights happening from the other teams that we haven't seen just yet. Vamp starting to get some knocks in the kill feed. Looks like XSET are now preparing to make their move. Right in front of them are the Panthers. And then, of course, a ton of people, again, up towards that top of the hill compound, Mezexis, HTV. We're going to have to keep an eye on them and see where their rotations are going to come into play because Mezexis, they're starting to kind of climb up that hill right underneath the nose of HTV. We'll see if they're going to be proactive and kind of be stretched out here, keeping an eye on this direction, or if they're going to be able to sneak on up.
I mean, HTV is one of those teams that like to play really grouped up, and they're not really aggressive. I mean, they will be engaged in a fight unless the team is trying to challenge, but usually they're trying to just stay out of harm's way till the late game. WallStreetBets 24K just wrapping up these kills casually. That nade too from his side. What a nade. Perfectly cooked, well played. A chef's kiss to that man. And Knights, yeah, there you go. Xenox falls down, but still, the legacy that he's created in this game, man.
Yeah, no, just, I mean, already getting 4 points from that and starting off as a solo pretty early on. I mean, what else can you kind of ask for in that situation? Was able to stay alive until that 11th place position. 10 teams are now left alive, and the very center of the zone, I will say, is pretty difficult to kind of play off of. There's a tiny little shack there, but otherwise it's pretty out in the open. I mean, HTV would be able to see anybody kind of right above to the northern side of this hill, and then if you go any further, it's going to be Vamp, Dope, Nova, Polar Ace. It's going to be able to see everybody else. It's just completely out in the open, super difficult to kind of play out of. Looks like Blinky, the last one for Polar Ace, is going to find himself out as well as the zone pops again, and HTV can no longer stay in their castle on top of the hill. They're going to have to start figuring out a way to move. Actually, one of them, Tay, he's just starting to send it with his vehicle a little bit further in, but you hear from Mezexis is spotting him out, and I don't think he's prepared for this. Starting to run away, getting cover at this tree. Let's see if HTV, they know that there's an enemy beside them now, and they need to take this fight if they're hoping to play this side of the road. Oh, but the nade. Boy. Yeah.
Yeah, the nade's something that's going to be causing a lot of issues. HTV, Danon falls down. Mezexis now, they're just going to try to keep the pedal to the metal. They've already found the opening. They're going to try and capitalize on top of it. Quad2, quite oblivious of the fact that Yahir was right there. I don't exactly know how he was, but yeah, exposed himself a bit too much. And HTV now, some rookie mistakes might just cost them just taking an exit from the lobby.
Oh.
But yeah, one of the players from HTV has managed to get out of harm's way. He's trying to escape. He's on an escape mission currently. Mezexis just wrapping these frags up, making it look so easy. Also getting a nice high ground control for them. But having the high ground control, and if the circle shifts away from you, that means you will need to try and traverse in the open areas down below. It's going to be quite tough to rotate out.
And Lazarus coming up from the eastern side as well. They heard the fight happening. This is their entrance. The thing is that Mezexis was able to clean this up in time to instantly know that Lazarus is beside them. So we'll see how they're going to be able to hold this. Of course, there is one knock into the side of Mezexis being here. Instantly starting to toss a ton of utility, trying to get that nade onto inactive. Unfortunately, just not hitting in this situation. At this point, it's just who's ever going to go ahead and get this first knock off. But otherwise, it's just...
Oh my God, he's getting cooked.
Molotov is actually good. Yeah, inactive goes down on this. So this is going to be Lazarus' more aggressive push into something to happen here. The other side of Mezexis also getting peppered with bullets from other people inside of this circle. Lazarus actually playing this a little bit more laid back than I was kind of expecting after getting a knock onto at least one more person on this. But honestly, they have the time. The blue zone still closing really slowly on their side. HTV Esports will finally be eliminated, though. The solo won't be able to escape for long, and Mezexis still trying to kind of push away from here.
Man, the Molotov was just so calculated. Just tossed right outside the little shack, and he knew the flames are going to be spreading, so... Yep, the man just got extra crispy. But... from the back on the top, we know Lazarus currently, they have the high ground control. Mezexis is something they'll need to watch out from. Lazarus, they're probably going to be raining down some bullets from the high ground. Toss is here too. The only cover that he has is those little smokes to work with. Dope so far surviving, doing a great job in the survival aspect of the game. I want to see where this circle is going to be shifting. Ooh. Dope! This might just be their game to lose.
7 is going to be very happy to see this. Yeah, this zone pulling up towards them. They have a little bit of the hard cover, and they have big control of this zone. We can see Zfan starting to make a rotation towards them on the northern side. We'll see how Pan is going to be able to handle that. But honestly, I feel like the biggest threat as of right now is Lazarus, also having 4 people still up. But they do have to come down from this high mountain with all 3 other teams kind of holding them out. But of course, it's only 1 member left of HQA, 2 people of Mezexis, and a 3-man from XSET, so we'll have to wait and see. XSET, honestly, inside of their compound might really hurt Lazarus unless they're able to cut off a line of sight. Taz goes down. XSET actually helping them out. J-Way getting that knock there.
And then Mezexis too with a great positioning. Peralta is on the man alive. Unfortunately, they just don't have the manpower to back it up. 4 players of Lazarus on the top. As I said, they're going to be just raining down death and destruction on lobby, but how are they going to get out of harm's way and make it inside the zone? That's something I'm wondering. A great knockout found. Isajat's going to fall down as J7 too from the back is going to try to hurt them even more. But XSET still surviving in the lobby as well. XSET 2 will need to try and make it in. Lazarus finally just making a full set push. They realize it's the final man alive from Mezexis, easily wrapped up, sweeping their way inside the next zone. They also spot out the rotation from the side of XSET. Now Lazarus, they will need to try and keep the pedal to the metal. If they don't, they will just be the last team to rotate inside the zone, and that might just not pan out good for them.
Well, now this is the difficult part, right? There really isn't other places to kind of be playing inside of this next zone. XSET does find themselves a rock, using their vehicles as hard cover as well, getting a knock into one of the members of Dope Fishy. Although on the western side, that's kind of going to give him an entrance for a place to play. But honestly, XSET, they're sandwiched between the last 2 teams, so it's not going to look good. Killswitch taking a ton of damage, even more utility being tossed towards them. Dope and, of course, Lazarus focusing on XSET. At this point, I still think Dope has a pretty good position, but they're super spread out, taking the majority of the circle. Lazarus and XSET are the next teams that are going to be able to force to fight, and Dope might be able to clean this up, but they have to be careful from the angles. You can see Pan is completely alone. It looks like Lazarus might have an idea of where he is. It's just a matter of time now. I just hope that Dope is aggressive enough to be able to clean this up in the end. A ton of smokes, though, starting to come into play. Not surprised with how open this ending is. Everybody wants to try their hardest to survive in this situation. XSET getting a trade back onto Lazarus, though, but actually, they're going back and forth. Dope now making the pushes happen as trades go back and forth from Lazarus and XSET. Lazarus still 2 alive. Let's see if Menace is going to be able to do something here. Doesn't look like he has any sort of utility, except he is tossing one now, but Lazarus has already started to make the move.
Man, it just sounds so cool, right? These Lamborghinis just charging on in. Fierce is going to now stop quite close, just straight up rams the vehicle in the near the rock. And now Dope, they're spread out so well to the next circle. Dope, they're currently being the guardian angel of that. It's going to be so tough for Lazarus to try and penetrate through Dope's defense.
And there it is. Dope
Boy.
has gone on ahead and grabbed that chicken dinner. I mean, XSET, Lazarus, they had to focus on each other, and Dope was able to kind of sit back, relax, and really control that entire fight. So that was a great zone control coming through from them that got them that chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, a great chicken dinner from Dope, and as you said, that's also going to be putting a nice glimmer of smile, or maybe a big smile on Seven's face, and I'm happy for Seven, man. Look, Dope is doing good again. I mean, it seems like the points are certainly not snatched away that much from Dope's court. They still have 2 more games to go, Sanhok counting in as well, so things might just be in their court still.
Oh man, and of course now let's take a look at that round report, see who's able to kind of stand out in this situation, because there was a lot of action that happened this last round just because of the nature of the circles, I will say. So it does look like most eliminations will go to Flash. Pan does achieve the highest damage though from our winning team. You hear from Mezexis with the nade, Zfun longest elimination, and Isajat from Lazarus with top traveler. It looks like Lazarus ended up kind of traveling the most for their team, but again, not surprised to see a kind of a different person for each one, because as I said, that was just a ton of action from a ton of different teams, a ton of kill zones. That was just crazy as per usual.
Yeah, it was just absolute crazy and utter chaos in the lobby. But again, hey, as I said, I really want to see a replay of that 1-on-4 from the side of Xenox, but now it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now, or at least from me, because I'm going to be taking a leave. My 3 games are done for today, but yeah, I'm going to be taking a leave. After this short break, though, it's going to be the analyst desk back.
This is the most common noise that hits your earbuds when you go for a high-stake hot drop inside Pachinki. Shotguns are one of the most common weapons that spawn across the map, but it is also the least understood category by newbies and pros alike. Let us understand how shotguns work. The 12 gauge spreads out over distance once you shoot it from the shotgun, meaning that the further you are away from your target, the larger the spread of the bullets, which means that more of them are going to miss the opponent's hitbox. So, if the enemy is equipped with a level 2 vest, you must reduce the distance to 2 to 3 meters for a one-tap knockdown to the body. Shorter range will reduce the spread of the bullets, increasing the damage registered per shot. Furthermore, each shotgun comes with its own range. For example, the bullet spread of the DBS is much lower than the other shotguns in the game, which makes it the most dangerous shotgun in the category. Although the 1897 is the most common shotgun in the game, using it without bullet loops and a choke is not advised. These attachments are a must to increase its range and fire rate to a fairly manageable rate. The S686, on the other hand, is a favorite weapon for clutch moments in the early game. Its overpowering damage in close range has the potential to blow away 2 enemies with its 2 shells. Use the element of surprise to peek out of cover and mow down the enemy once they are closer. Unlike ARs, the spray and pray tactic doesn't work with auto shotguns like the S12K, and it's incredibly difficult to handle its continuous recoil. Most importantly, mastering shotguns is all about figuring out the timing. Especially in urban fights and situations where you are contesting drops, the shotgun can serve as a deadly secondary weapon to inflict heavy damage at close range.
When it comes to 4 bros, you know, sometimes momentum could be a good thing. Sometimes you can go so fast that you can go straight into a wall. And that wall's name is Coops. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm your host, Hot Chooks. Of course, give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. Woo, what a last match, huh? What did you think about that one, Seven?
Let me tell you something. The wall that you're thinking about is Xenox. That's the wall we're going to be talking about in this one. Because that man just did one of the best 1v4s, I think, Glitter, we have seen in a long time. And this is not the first time this man is able to do a 1v4. We'll get a chance to replay it, okay? Is that the play of the tournament so far, Glitter? Go first.
Probably, at least for right now, right? I mean, we've seen some insane. Well, what about the 1v1v1v1 where people were dropping off of roofs and I don't. Okay, maybe it's close.
So many.
It's close.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And then, you know what, Jukes, I'll ask you in a bit, as we do have an important change here. Dope Esports being able to get that chicken dinner, and this is huge, and you'll see why this is huge, because we're pushing for Dope Esports to get to that top 16th before that day 3. And then we have Lazarus. They've been performing really well this Super Weekend, continuing on that trend with 19 points. XSET finally waking up as well, the defending champions of NA. And if we keep going down there, we actually see Polar Ace and Helping Quit Addiction finishing off that first page with 7 points and 6 points to themselves. And here on the second page, Glitter, Boring Protocol, 0 points. And then 4 Bros, only 2 points.
Yeah, no, there's a lot on here. I mean, HTV needed those points, and they didn't really get much of anything going for themselves. Same boat for the Chosen. Little bit of a rough spot for them. I mean, you know, and okay, in the nicest way possible, are we really that surprised about the 4 Bros situation? And the only reason I say that is because that has been the trend for so many of these teams, where you have a phenomenal performance and then all of a sudden everything falls off.
Yeah, I think that's usually what happens. They got that winner's curse. We talked about it before. I think that's exactly what happened. Jukes mentioned it too. Momentum just absolutely crashed down when they ran there into Sanhok. But then let's go to XSET. I mean, this is a huge turnaround for them. 3rd place, 10 elims, being able to collect those 4 points. This was a team that was only able to get 22 points on that day 1, so it's going to be a huge bump up for them. And I know another team that also needed a good match here was Mezexis, as we're currently seeing them do some damage on HTV Esports. Mezexis being able to put up those 12 points, a huge improvement, because this team has not had any luck going their way, Glitter, today.
Yeah, and they were a team that we had our eyes on. So, you know, we were hoping to see if they could continue some momentum from the last time we got to see them play into today. It looks like they are definitely struggling a little bit more, but this seems like a bit of a pickup to at least the day for them. And you had mentioned XSET. That's a squad that we unfortunately have not had too many opportunities to really talk about. But of course, we have to give love to Dope, because Dope is that squad, one of those 2 squads that came into this weekend, needed to have big performances, and over 2,000 damage for 12 elims. That is exactly the type of performance they need to keep putting up if they want to make their way into a top 16 spot when it comes to these Super Weekend points. I mean, that's incredible for Dope. And then obviously moving on down the list, we still have XSET in a much better position than we've seen them in before, almost 1,200 damage and 4 elims there. And then kind of that 900 damage mark and that 5-ish elims mark for the next like 4 squads. So it was, I mean, Dope of all teams kind of soaked up a lot of that damage and a lot of those points.
It did, but I like the conversion out of all those last 4 teams. I mean, pretty much 100 damage equals an elim for them, and that's something that we're not used to seeing. We have seen teams get up to 1k damage with just 1 elim, so like seeing that conversion out of those teams.
16th place. 16th place. Let's go, Deep Esports. I mean, that was so good. I mean, to be able to get 12 kills and a chicken dinner, that was amazing. I mean, it's sad to say, though, that it may just be a little bit overshadowed by just an absolute insane play, right? I said Coops was the wall. Sanhok was the great wall, right? 7, break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those that when we saw it, we're like, you know what? I think this is going to be great for a telestration. Not just for my own pleasure, but also for the viewers and everybody that just might wants to improve when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And guess what? We're going to start off right here, ladies and gentlemen. 4 Bros coming in hot. And usually, what we tend to see out of players is the players just back off. You know what? They set themselves up. Sina said, nah, boy. I'm feeling different. I'm feeling like I'm on fire right now. He's going to turn around and he's going to go on the aggressive, and that's exactly what I'm about to show you. And I think it's impressive because he's going to be able to do some damage right there on Russ. And he's also going to be able to do some damage on Master OP. And the thing that they crashed so fast, they actually did some damage onto themselves. And right here, he positions himself perfectly. Puts his crosshair in a perfect spot where as soon as somebody pops up, he's going to be able to just shoot the head. And that's exactly what he's going to be able to do right there. Russ goes down. Guess what? Leon is like, hey, I want to go too. The comms didn't come in fast enough because Leon was still looking at the other way, and then by the time he turned around, it was too late. And what's crazy to me is that Xenox was already damaged. This wasn't damage. This wasn't any damage that this player did. He was already like that because when the team was rushing, he was able to get some damage on himself. And guess what? Knocks one, and right here, I think this is so important because for bros, you gotta be able to tell. They're telling their teammate, hey, rush him. He's hurt. You need to rush him. They don't rush him as soon as the other two players go down, and it allows Xenox to heal up. And now the call out comes in to rush him. And at this point, it's a little bit too late because you can see they're a little bit disorganized right here. Xenox with only 13 bullets on that weapon. He's able to make sure he gets a knock right there. And not only that, instead of reloading, ladies and gentlemen, this man switches to an M16. An M16 and starts slapping Master OP. And that's why I don't usually do this. But Xenox, my man, just for that play, everybody currently watching, if you have Twitter, go follow this man. Xenox at PUBG. Go give him some love because he deserves it. And you get all the glitter, not just that. You know what? You get the fire too because that was a beautiful one before. At Xenox PUBG on Twitter. Go give my boy a follow. Not the first time he does it one before. And it was just absolutely beautiful. By the way, it's this right here. It's going to be for the super weekend total, if I'm not mistaken. He's been able to put up almost 2K damage, 10 ilms, 10 knocks, 7 assists, not just being by himself. Overall, this is what we expect out of a player like this, Glitter, when we talk about Xenox.
I mean, watching back that telestration, it felt like one of those rubber chicken moments that we used to get all the time. You know, like, how is everybody just meandering up the stairs? Like, oh, no, you go ahead first. It's fine. You know, it is like one of the most, you do not do that mistakes.
Yep.
Like, if you are getting funneled into a choke and you do not have a height advantage, do not go in one by one. And then even at the end, it was technically a 2v1, but like you said, they were too disorganized. They weren't coordinated in that 2v1 push, and he used the doorway like it was his best friend. It was the most important piece in that entire equation was his positioning behind the doorway. I mean, we watched it. You pointed out his health after the damage that he had taken at the top of the stairs. It barely went down, just the tiniest smidge more. I mean, Jukes, okay, that might be one of the best plays we've seen.
That is the best play.
There you go. There it is.
I was like, that's without a doubt the best play of the tournament, hands down. I mean, that was absolutely disgusting. Even I could go on and on about it. I mean, what else could you say? I mean, Xenox is just built different, a machine, you know, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, you know, as we go on here, but let's continue on with the storylines that we have here. Let's talk about the chicken dinner winners here, right? Dope Esports. They're hunting down that 16th place. For them, that was a huge momentous occasion, right? 12 kills, a chicken dinner. That was really big for them, Seven.
It really was. I mean, 611 damage, has absolutely spiked up. Not just that, their average placement has spiked up in a big way. And you might be wondering, why are they showing us B-Town? They're currently not in this super weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're showing you B-Town. Because right now, the team to catch is B-Town for those esports. And right now, they're outperforming them in every single stat, Glitter. And I love it because we want that 16th place for Dope Esports.
Yeah, and we had wondered if they'd be able to get back to 16th place for this redo, and it looks like they are determined to do exactly that. And if this is what they do for the last couple matches, and then don't forget, there's still a whole other day, they are more than positioned to surpass them.
Not gonna do it. I'm not gonna give them the momentum thing. Didn't work out for Four Bros. Did not work out for Four Bros, so we'll see how that ends up all working out. But guys, thank you so much. I mean, we just gotta kind of shake that one off, right? That was just too hot in that last one. Thank you guys so much for that one. We got the next match getting on up, and we're heading back on over to Erangel. So cool things down a little bit, get back, moving smoothly as we bring back in our casters. And my question to you guys, right, as we come in and bring in our casters here, right? Span, Zute, should they have reset? That's my question.
Yes. In my opinion. Potentially. Actually, I don't know. There's one person left. I'm a little bit annoyed that the last two people didn't just push in the room together. That's what I think should have happened instead. faster than what happened. That's my opinion, because only one person left. Like, it is kind of dangerous leaving a solo alone. So if they started going for those reses, I think that would have been dangerous. But it's not relaxed time here, Jukes. It is Sanhok time. It is aggression time. It's time to see those team fights. But kind of going back to the question, what do you think, Zute?
Well, all I gotta say is, it is what it is. Like, it just happens sometimes. Sometimes it goes right. Sometimes it just goes horribly wrong. I mean, I think that's one of the joys of Battle Royale, right? Every once in a while, we'll see something absolutely crazy like that, and it happens, right? So, like, that is a one-off. Don't think too hard on it, because there's so many other things for these teams to focus on in particular that will elevate them to that new level, that height, you know, the next, you know, point bracket upwards, like break into the top 5, top 10, whatever the case might be, wherever their next goal is. There's so much more work to go on elsewhere that, like, don't let it bother too much, right?
It's like, I'm sure that right when it happened, they immediately were like, well, we should have done it this way. And that was it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely wasn't a topic of argument, like, oh, we should have done this, or that was for, like, it definitely was a, we messed that up. We should have done it this way. Like, I'm sure it was so clear. Because it's just, I feel like pushes like that are pretty much a gamble. But enough of that. We are starting to go into Sanhok at this point. And once again, excited to see what action is going to be coming out of this. I mean, boot camp has been pretty empty this entire Super Weekend so far. XSET not really wanting to bother the people that are dropping boot camp otherwise. So we'll see if maybe they're going to take it back, still kind of drop to the northern side of the Knights. And if the Knights is going to try and flush them out again, it's a bunch of unknowns.
Yeah, it looks like XSET is going to do that split drop. They've given up boot camp. And I think they're altering their split drop in a way where it's going to give even more space to the Knights. I'm seeing if they drop just north of Painan, where they got contested last time, where the Knights literally 4v1 a player. And oh, well, I see J-Way. Interesting. Maybe I'm reading too far into this, but notice how the other players of XSET are already on the ground. J-Way just now hit the ground. So I think what J-Way just did right there, by the way, we're going to go into a hot drop fight between Nova and 4Bros, but I want to finish this real quick. I think what J-Way did was he pulled his parachute early, and he didn't try to land there as fast as he can because he wanted to check to make sure if the Knights were going to target him out or not. So as J-Way's floating in the sky, he's looking at the Knights players to see if they've all dropped Painan, and then he's going to drop in there. And you can bet your butt he's going to loot that as fast as he can and leave immediately before he gets targeted again. So it looks like XSET will be able to get their split that they wanted after giving up boot camp. Knights, well, for whatever reason, decided not to drop there and, you know, contest J-Way. And then, of course, 4Bros and Nova were back at it again on Sanhok and Sami.
This time for Bros, I need to see them take this win. I feel like definitely overall it's either been Nova Esports taking this win or Nova or them kind of destroying each other and both of them somehow getting away, but obviously both teams hurt for the rest of the game. So at this point, I want 4Bros to kind of take it back, in my opinion. So we'll see what's going to happen here. QZ starting to toss out some nades. They definitely sniffed out where the rest of 4Bros is. Sami isn't that big of a place to kind of be, so not too much of a mystery surrounding this. The first bullets ring out. It doesn't look like any of the 4Bros members has taken any damage, as Nova looks like they're slowly but surely kind of clearing some buildings. The rest of 4Bros just waiting for the action to be pushed to them. And Russ, ooh, spotting out an enemy there.
Yeah, this is a very, very tedious fight, I would have to say. The second something happens, it's just going to completely go in the favor of another team. And, well, they isolated one player that I think they heard the footsteps, and now he's forced into 1v3, but he's good for one. Two of Nova actually go down. I think 4Bros just acted immediately the second that player was pressured on, and Russ goes down. They're all using SMGs. They're dropping like flies right now. The drop shot out QZZ, but he gets out drop shotted and then immediately traded, and now we're back to a 1v1 situation. And Leon, that was a beautiful fight. That was trades back and forth, met every step of the way, and that's what you like to see.
That was way too close for comfort. I'm happy that Forbros finally went on ahead and took that win from Nova, but it was really, really close. They will be able to get 2 reses up, though, and they'll continue the game as 3 people. That might have been the fastest fight for them in some me. So I think they're actually going to be able to play this game. Meanwhile, looks like XSET setting up a trap onto Boring Protocol, getting a knock on Azor as J7, he was just prone on the grass, kind of waiting it out, being a little sneaky snake. And the rest of them instantly starting to run up. J7 will be joined by his teammates to start getting these flushes, and they have to know that there's more people. Yeah, J7 definitely heard more footsteps. Spec, of course, getting the trade onto this. So it looks like both of them are now even at this point. Let's see who's going to be able to get the next knock, because that's definitely going to be the advantage. Both these guys having one side of this hill here is going to make it the peaks kind of difficult, as Polo G, honestly, he's at a pivotal point kind of holding this from the rest of his team, but it looks like he gets knocked. This is not looking good for XSET. Only one person left. Kill Switch stuck at a tree all the way down to the southern side, and of course Boring Protocol knows exactly where he is.
Spec got 2. I think. No, Spec got 3. Yeah, Spec opened all 3 up, and then it's almost like it's happened so much, Span. It's happened so much that Spec is carrying the team that I'm almost not happy to see it anymore, because it's like, give this man a break. Step your game up. Like the rest of this is such a huge team game, and as a previous competitor, I am definitely painting this in the wrong light, because they all put in work to give Spec those openings. Spec was in a good position to do all that, but still, seriously, I see this so often now out of Boring Protocol that it does annoy me to see Spec still just like doing in majority of the work. Like, this man Spec, give him a raise or something, or just step up your game and match his level, because come on, dude. This Spec is absolutely wild. He's insane.
I mean, maybe it's a case of why try and fix it if it ain't broke, but not quite sure. I mean, Boring Protocol, they definitely need to go on ahead and get more points from their position that they currently are in the Super Weekend. So I guess I'll have to agree with you in some sense. But back to HQA, it looks like they're starting to take a fight onto WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets pulled up onto HQA, and it looks like Nemesis is going to start off on a knock onto one of them. Of course, the rest of HQA starting to try and back off of this. There's only 2 of HQA at this compound here. The other 2 were split up on the northern side across the road. So when an entire 4-man is going to appear and go against 2 people, that's not good odds whatsoever. Kingpig now trying to get away, and it looks like WallStreetBets starting to chase. Let's hope that they're going to be able to kind of save their teammate. But the people on the northern side, like, there's no point in making a big push over here. They can just hope that their Kingpig teammate is going to be able to get out.
HK doing that split once again. We've seen them do this split before, 2 on that northern side, 2 on the southern side, but this time not really working out as they lose a sub pick like you called out. So they're still learning to adjust their positioning when it comes to circles like this. Polar Ace looking like they're going to get into a head-on-head engagement with the Panthers, and Panthers actually just sprang up. The speed of which Frady just popped through the door, definitely catching Polar Ace off guard right there. Kiyoshi, the man, the myth, the mullet himself. Let's see what he can do here, as Moso already getting a huge wide flank, and I think Kiyoshi realizes this, and he's got to lock himself back even further, and that's just giving all the positioning and angles over to the Panthers, and Panthers, another opening onto Chronix. Oh, I love the way the Panthers played.
Ooh, beautiful nade as well, getting a knock onto a Polar Ace member. Instantly trying to go for the trade into Kiyoshi too, hitting a ton of damage. And just like that, Polar Ace is eliminated on that. And it looks like the Panthers did get a knock onto one of their teammates, but Jayuya gonna get res immediately. And they're kind of alone in the position that they are at next to Quarry here. So they should be able to get into this next zone pretty easily. There is one team Vamp still behind them, but so far away that I doubt they're gonna run into each other anytime soon.
I just want to highlight real quick, this fight by the Panthers in this area of the map with no clear knowledge of where all the players were, that is a very difficult fight. That fight could have easily lasted up to 3 or 4 minutes onwards if the Panthers was a less experienced team. Especially with it being TPP, it's like you don't know which which cover each of the players are behind, but the Panthers finished that fight and executed it so quickly that it just really goes to show this Panthers team, their team synergy is at another level. I think the most difficult part about PUBG when it comes to these isolated fights is the synergy to be able to run through another team and then just kind of know what your own teammates are doing the whole time while being aware of the enemy's positioning. And the Panthers just play that like to near perfection. So I want to give a quick shout out to just how strong this Panthers team really is.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I actually remember when I competed, I would purposely avoid those warehouses because it seriously was like a little death zone because people could be anywhere. Like, yeah, it's horrible to fight in there. So I'm glad you pointed that out. They do have a little bit of a trek ahead of them to get into this next zone, though. So we'll have to kind of wait and see how they're going to approach this next zone shift. The majority of this is like 50% water potentially with everything up to the northern side. So you can see Dope actually taking advantage of that, going for a botation, but the Panthers really curious to see if they're going to go more for a southern rotation or more for that eastern rotation. I feel like southern might be a little safer, but we'll have to wait and see how they're going to get in here, especially with Knights down to the south, 4 bros coming down up from the south as well. Just where everybody at this point is going to be setting up because this zone stinks, in short.
Something I'm noticing that Dope is doing right now is really cool. I think it's an adjustment they made. Notice how they're rotating in with boats, but very separated from one another. So it's if one of their boats gets spotted out, they only lose one player, or that one player has to end up swimming, right? And so, like, I think they're purposely, because I saw them all get into boats, but they didn't leave at the same time. And we've seen Dope get caught out before, where they might have had 2 boats, but they were close together, or they're all in one boat, and then all of them are pretty much screwed. So that was a nice little detail, I think, that they adjusted, where they will stagger their rotations or botations. And then, of course, they're also picking up those 2 airdrop crates way far north in the water. We'll see how that pans out for them, though, in the next few circle shifts, as most of every other team taking the land route, having to fight their way in, boring protocol. They gave up boot camp, but they still clapped XSET. I'm going to just throw that out there.
That's a very
XSET gave up boot camp, but they still got clapped by boring protocol.
There you go. Yeah, boring protocol is still going to find them out eventually, it looks like. I mean, it was close. No, not really. I take it back. Okay. Well, it looks like Mezexis is now in the same exact place where that fight had actually gone down. They're also starting to make rotations, so they should actually be coming up in the backside of boring protocol very shortly. So we'll see if they're going to kind of be spotted out or if Peralta's might be able to kind of surprise them. A lot of people also starting to make a rotation up on that northern bridge, though, as well. So boring protocol, they're going to have a lot of angles to kind of start keeping track of, and I like that they kind of have a split going on here. Carnage being inside of the compound, giving themselves a little bit of hard cover, and the other 2 more up on top of that hill, because that hill will give them a lot of information of what's happening around them. It's just if either side needs any sort of help kind of crossing that road, I have a feeling might be a little difficult.
Yeah, we'll see what they have to do next, depending on the circle shifts. The Panthers, you mentioned, they are actually indeed rotating in on that southern side. And a quick note to mention, Lazarus split 2 on top of the giant hilltop and 2 in Hot 10. This isn't the first time they've done this. They've done this, you know, in previous maps or previous games on the Sanhok map with a similar zone, and it worked out really well for them. So they're going to continue playing this split. Teams not really wanting to challenge this split either, just because you never know until you do enough VOD reviews exactly how a team will play every single time. Dope coming in from that northern side. HTV out in the water as well with a boat. And we're heading into the next circle shift. Let's take a look at where... Oh!
Wow.
Oh, this is going to be fun, Span.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're about to see Dope versus Team Chosen potentially up here right on the northern side. And other than them, they're the only people inside of the zone right now, basically. You can see Lazarus just on the edge, HTV now coming on in. But looks like HTV might be joining that fight as well. We can see a couple of knocks already coming through onto the Chosen. So it looks like Dope so far is kind of holding their own as they're surfacing, beaching from their botation. HTV, I think, kind of realized they're kind of pulling back. And Dope, actually, they aren't even on the beach. I take that back. This is still a really rocky area here. here. They're all stuck down below, and the Chosen, oh man, we're gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to kind of hold this down, except even more people sending it on in. You're right, Spec with Sam L on the back of his bike. Silk could be able to get a knock at one, and Frost gets another. Boring Protocol definitely didn't go on ahead and do a huge scout onto that, and they're gonna get punished.
I actually... Okay, that was a really crazy hard shift, right? And you don't, and most teams would not be positioned there, or you wouldn't think teams will be positioned all the way there based on the previous zone. So that full send with no scout was a calculated risk, I would have to say. It just definitely did not work in the favor of Boring Protocol. Carnage is still left alive, though. I think they already passed off all the meds to Carnage and was just like, we're going to full send this in. If it doesn't work, you got the meds, you'll do the med strat. So they had a fallback plan set up, so we'll give them credit for that.
I do think it was difficult, especially because we already admitted again that this is a 50-50 water and land situation. So 13 teams, I mean, 43 people alive. There's definitely no way that this amount of people are going to be able to cram themselves inside of this. So people were going to go ahead and be taken out anyway. I think that's probably why they decided, like, oh, we need this compound if we're going to win up on top of this hill so we can get a good look at everything happening. And if it doesn't happen, we got Carnage to kind of back up. HTV Esports, they also ended up rotating, and it looks like they actually did find themselves a compound a little bit further down to the southern side. Another team just below them, actually. I believe, is that Vamp down there? Yeah. And, oh man, these edge compounds, I'm curious to see if the zone's actually going to pull up an end over there, if it's going to kind of pull back more onto the mainland. But all these people inside of the water, God v Benny just swimming at this point, this is going to be an interesting dynamic, I think, coming into these last couple fights.
I'm just going to say I've never seen a rotation actually work out successfully for a team. Maybe I have like once in a blue moon, but just like in general, it's just like they don't usually end up, doing very well once they have to, beach onto the land and etc. We'll see how this one pans out though for HTV, as a lot of the teams already in the Northwest. And actually TC, by the way, what are your thoughts on this? They have 3 players on land, and for some reason Gotcha is deep in the water. What do you make of that?
I did see that, and I'm kind of curious as to what the motivation is. Unfortunately, there goes Boring Protocol. I'm like wondering if maybe he was kind of set out there to keep an eye on it. That's the only thing that I can really think of, because Team Chosen was kind of pushed on by Dope, right? Team Chosen instantly kind of backed away from that position. Now I'm wondering if Gaji from there is just keeping an eye on that compound, waiting to see if Dope's going to push over, if another rotation's going to happen. That's my only hypothesis right now.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm legitimately just asking you because I have no idea, but could be the case as we head into the next circle shift. And I love how it shifts back over to the cliffs.
Again?
50-50, and I'm not even sure what the terrain here looks like. I know there's the cliffs, but between the compounds and the cliffs, there's like rocks and trees, but how sloping and how hilly is that area? I'm not even all too sure. This is going to make for a very interesting game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at everybody else that isn't even inside of this zone yet, right? I think this might be a case where they see this next zone shift, and I wonder if a couple of people are instantly going to start like turning to their neighbors and starting to try and get this eliminations, right? Because this, with this many people alive and the zone again being 50% water, 50% lands, like you have to know that the chances of being able to kind of stay into the later game, unless you get yourself a really good position, like Lazarus is here getting this compound, I feel like you have to start just going for eliminations, getting any kind of points you can get, because at this point, getting yourself a spot is very difficult. Look, Lazarus even sent it into this compound, and it's barely inside of zone.
Yeah. Just whatever you could get in a circle like this. There's like a lot of land, but that land is just... You have to go up a really steep hill wide in the open, and most teams don't have the vehicles to just kind of speed it up there. And even if you did, we saw what happens to Boring Protocol. So it's like teams are just all on the ridge side next to the water, and everyone else is kind of almost like just not locked out of it. Especially with all of these teams coming on the edge, they're just going to end up fighting each other and can't even make it up the hill itself. 19E, one of their players going down right there. Lazarus getting shot by TC here, Kaseki, and it's one-man standoff against multiple of WallStreetBets. He tried to go prone, but not able to prone down in time, I think. WallStreetBets coming in like a wrecking ball. It's a Jet with the nade. He's got it primed. That one falling a bit way too off to the far side, but the shot's also not really connecting the way he needed it to connect.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are running along this beach line once again here. I mean, I think it's an interesting place to be fighting over there because it's a lot of like rock plateaus, right? It looks like they are going to be running into, oh man, a bunch of members of HQA. Like, it's so hard to kind of see just how many people are in this area at this point. Kind of, once again, at a compound, at a beach, so a little bit more of a fight happening on in there, and a lot of broken up teams at this point. I mean, we can take a look at the round ranking, just so many people with 1 or 2 people alive. It's just a ton of broken up teams at this point. Only really Team Chosen kind of happily sitting in the center alone for now. You can see Gaji still swimming around in the water, too. Kind of curious still why he's up there. And even down to the southern side, I mean, HTV, Team Panthers, again, all fighting on the big plateaus of those rocks. Oh, that's a lot of red. So many people are being eliminated all at the same time. What?
Oh, yep. There's so it's as if Thanos just snapped his fingers right there. And half the lobby just gone. The Panthers still fighting in all the way from the southern edge. Just every map, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, you name it. This team just loves to fight their way in, and they're damn good at it. 7 eliminations, down to 2 players, though. So they did finally kind of chew off more. They could, I completely forgot what that saying was.
Bite off more than they can chew?
Bite off more than they could chew. There we go. Thank you, Span. But, yeah, they are definitely slowing down. One of their players resorting to the med strap, but not much meds to begin with. Looks like the Knights are in a good position, though, with 4 players up to potentially take another chicken.
I'm actually surprised by this. I don't even know where they came from out of this. We can see so many solos kind of stuck out in the blue, actually, I will mention. And of course, Team Chosen, they've been kind of inside of this zone this entire time. And then the Knights, somehow, a team with all 4 members up coming out of here. The only team, actually, let me correct myself, with 4 members up. Everybody else has like 3 or 2 or 1. And look how many people are stuck on these rock cliffs, Sute. This is insane. Like, HTV, Panthers, Vamp, none of these teams are going to be winning this game. There's just no way. All of them are stuck at the bottom of a huge cliff. It's definitely the people up above that are going to be taking this chicken dinner, but they're trying to stay alive down there. That's, I guess, what happens with these rotations. You're just going to get stuck down there.
Yeah, and even if you're down there, you're not completely safe, as HTV getting some free points now. So, in a sense, it's kind of a fight just between TC and the Knights. And speaking of which, it's happening right now. They're smoking their way in. They're pressing on in. TC gets the first one, and on to Coops, too. Probably one of the more dangerous players to take down from the Knights. Next one they got to look out for is either Tensa or Xenox. Xenox is also down. It's a 2v2. Opa is traded. Another one comes out through. Now it's a 2v1 situation. Chico and Tensa up. That last player has to go in hard, go in aggressive. That's the only chance he's going to get, or else the Knights... Oh, he already... Did he run off? No, Silk is just scared. Silk does not know what to do, and it's too late. If you don't do something, the Knights, well, they're 4-man back up, and this chicken dinner is as good as theirs.
Oh man, for a moment there, I thought maybe it was Gaji still in the water. I saw him all the way up into the northern side, but you're right. Silk goes... No way! Oh... Silk was watching the rocks, and he comes back and unfortunately just holds on to that nade just a little bit. You know what? It was purposeful point denial, right, Sute?
I think so. Either that, and he was like, I bring shame to the family. I was not there to potentially wipe out the Knights, because he could have done it in a 1v2 situation like that. If he just traded one when his teammate went down, it'd come down to 1v1. But that's neither here nor there, as the Knights, they're looking to just clean out the rest of this lobby. HTV. Is this the only... I think this is... No, they have 2 players on land, but that's it. It's essentially a 2v4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Last 2 members of HTV, otherwise everybody else is stuck down below the cliffs. Panthers goes out at the last minute.
Oh, wait a second.
Way! A huge nade from Miss gets 2 knocks onto them. Okay, maybe this could potentially... No, they're both down. Oh, man. Okay, well, the one last member from HTV is up down below the rocks. Quan and Miss, honestly, that was way closer than I was expecting.
Oh, wait. Are they going to drop down into the water to try and get revived? I think they are. I mean, it's not going to put them in a position to, like, potentially win the game, but that's... Are they revived? Or are they just knocked and swimming? I can't even tell. Like, oh.
They were revived, yeah.
Oh. Well, that...
No way, they didn't even get seconds. Okay. I was for sure thinking that maybe with the revives, HTV was going to go in ahead and yoink that second place position, but it looks like HQA and Vamp still holding on strong. It's just a battle of who's getting third and who's getting second at this point from the Knights.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go with Vamp. I think Vamp's going to get second. They spotted out Sunny Pig, so definitely pings are coming through. One or the other. They're like, Tensa, we'll let you have these points. Let's see if Tensa could find the angle, though. He's got to look straight down. Oh, there's HQA. There's Sunny Pig. Go fishing right there. Oh, close, but didn't get it. And by the way, Span, I can't believe we're ending Sanhok all the way over here. Never seen this happen before.
Well, I'm surprised also that all three members of Knights kind of jumped down there. Tensa, the only one up on top of the cliffs. By the way, he has 0 first aids. So, like, if it did somehow come down to a heal battle, like, he got nothing. But it does look like the last two members, HQA and the last member, Vamp, are super hurt.
Huh?
Oh,
well, I mean, Sunny Pig is really hurt and he can't heal, right? So...
Yeah, I think that's still a Knights win, yeah. I guess they all just wanted to take a little dip in the water, the Sanhok Ocean, before the game ended up ending there. I mean, that was, again, just some pretty big domination for the Knights. I don't even know where they came from, but staying up on top of the land, I think definitely went and secured that chicken dinner. They only had to deal with Team Chosen and a little bit of HTV, but otherwise, that was pretty much it, Zute. I don't even know how the majority of the teams even managed to kind of send it into the water, but those that stayed on land were able to succeed.
Oh, I mean, the ones that stayed on land and can survive the Knights, which nobody did, can succeed. So, I mean, I guess the Knights succeeded in that one. And I just want to say that almost looked like a throw, but if you think about it, they already damaged the two players, the last two players in the water, so they knew their HP was hurt. And I think Tensa did slip off. I don't think he meant to jump down, but it was fine either way. They got the chicken. Tensa with 5 eliminations. Frady, though, from the Panthers coming in with the highest damage at 640, and Coop somehow, some way, still finds his name up there with the longest elim at 218 meters.
And then I'd just like to think that Benny got top traveler just from swimming the entire time. With how that game played out, you know, he was just Olympic swimming all the way around the Sanhok map until the end. Who knows? But again, just Sanhok is just such an interesting map to be able to watch people kind of compete on. Usually it's some big action, a lot of 50-50 zones in that one. And yeah, I don't know, once again, kind of came down to the very last moment. But Zute, that is it for Sanhok. Of course, we're going to get a little bit more of a in-depth breakdown over at the analyst desk after a short break, so see you guys soon.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AA ARs, Like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
Welcome to this episode of Go Fishing with Fisherman Tensa. Guys, welcome back. Before we get started, of course, got to give a big thank you to our wonderful partner, Monster Energy, our official energy drink. Partners here, Sanhok shenanigans. What can you say, right? Water zones. I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I think we've seen a good water circle. So, I mean, just the nostalgia. I loved it. I loved it. What about you, Glitter?
I was vibing. You know I love me a good water zone. The second we saw that it was even a remote possibility, I was chanting it for the rest of the game, okay? Because those always prove to be interesting, to say the least. And like you said, I mean, Fisherman, Tensa, that was fun, Seven.
It was too close for comfort, okay? I was nervous. I didn't know what was going to happen there. And then on top of that, shout out to Diabolic because he pointed out to me, Tensa didn't have any heals. So for some reason, in a weird world, it would have ended up in a heal off. I think Knights might have lost it, but that didn't happen. They won. They got 25 points. The Panther ended up with 13 points, helping Quit Addiction, one of the most consistent teams that we have gotten a chance to see. 12 points as well, and now we move on to some of the teams that actually needed the points. I'm talking about HTV Esports, Glitter, 10 points for them, and on top of that, Dope Esports is able to secure 5 points for themselves too.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing. We're getting more aggression out of Chosen, another team that, it doesn't hurt to get some more points on the board for themselves. So this was a pretty interesting Sanhok, to say the least. And on the second page here, you can see Nova, and that's Nova and XSET down there at the bottom. Teams that struggling. They're struggling a little bit today. We saw some glimpses out of both Nova and XSET with some good elim amounts here and there, but like not an actually overall solid performance. And we'll touch on that a little bit later, Jukes. It was, it's a little meh.
Yeah, where is Nova? I mean, that's something that I think I've been asking myself all day, But hey, you know what? They're coming back after a little break. I'm just hoping that it's just a little bit of dust, which at the end of the day, I mean, when I asked at the beginning, right, we figured Nova would be the team that did the most homework, but who knows, right? Who knows? Hopefully we'll see them bounce back as we get into the action here, Seven.
Yeah, and the team that has been doing the most homework, it seems to be Knights. They have been putting up the points. This is a completely different Knights than what we saw in day 1 and that day 2 that we had to redo. And I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's not just one player, right? We were getting so used to talking there about Coops. We saw what Cnox was able to do in that Erangel. We see what Tensa was able to do here as the other teammates just jump in to try to sort out where the people were hiding at. Overall, though, Knights is currently performing the way we kind of expect them to. And they're also increasing that point gap that they have between the Panthers, Lazarus, HQA, Nova Esports, and some of the other teams that I do want to highlight. It has to be WallStreetBets. Even though they haven't had the best placements, they're currently getting the right amount of elims. They ended up with 4 elims there. They're maintaining themselves currently within that fight at the top, and that's going to give them such a huge cushion to going into the final league play if they don't make, if for some reason, I don't want to curse them, but if for some reason they don't make that super weekend, that final super weekend, they will at least have some breathing room.
God, that angle. HTV just handing over the elims in those moments to Tensa. I mean, I actually thought when we were watching those moments of Tensa shooting down as well that that HQA was going to go out, and you saw there at the end that they made it out with just a shred of health as we get to check in with our top players, and it's actually Frady from Panthers who ends up doing the most damage. Panthers, a team that has had many pop-off moments here, and then Tensa, of course, with those 5 elims, but we also get the Chosen up here at 7. This is what I'm talking about. This aggression from Chosen, and it's not Gaji this time. It was somebody that we've talked about a lot, but now we get Frost up here, and that's huge.
Yeah, it's a completely different team than what we've seen before in previous Super Weekends, and I think this is now what we're getting used to. And I got to give some more props there to Frady, because he was the one that was able to get the angles when they were actually fighting Polar A's. He was able to post the action too in Kiyoshi. I remember seeing that. I was like, okay, I see you. I was not expecting that, but I see you. And then Tensa. I mean, this is good to see Tensa here at the top. Remember, this team is fairly new. They wanted to get Spec. They weren't able to get him, so they ended up getting Tensa, and right now he's performing.
It's hard to be able to play at that level. I'm going to mark today as the day where we officially see the meta shift when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. The days of pushing as a 3-man altogether, I think they're all gone. You know, playing that 4-man split aggressively, it's the way. It's the way. And it's hard to do, extremely hard. So the fact that the Knights are able to do it with the new IGL on top of everything is insane. So, I mean, we'll see if the other teams are going to be able to catch up. What's up?
I think what you're trying to say is NA is finally catching on to the meta that everybody else, especially the Chinese teams, have known for a while. I think NA's finally starting to narrow it down.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Well, one team that I think has still yet to get it down is Boring Protocol. You know, a team that is full of veterans. You know, Acer is a squad that Acer is a person, right, who we see play at such a high level before. But I think he's, you know, after I talked to him a little bit, still taking some time to adapt to that role. I mean, Spec, I don't think he had any problem fitting into this role, though. Glitter.
Yeah.
7, this is... I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the fact that no one else has even 50% worth of the damage the Spec has put out, and that's insane to me. And we heard Zute talking about it, 7.
Yep. Yeah, we definitely did. I mean, 2,400 damage. He has more than, let me double check. Oh, he definitely has more than some players combined. He doesn't have more than both of the 3 combined, but he does have more elims than all of the other 3 players combined. Acer, Samuel, Carnage, where you at, Grandpa? We remember you were putting up great performances, and the reason why we actually wanted to show that is exactly because right now, Boring Protocol is just depending way too much on Spec. You heard me mention it earlier. They need to start getting some other players like Acer. You saw him putting up some good stats. It's not good enough if you want to be one of the teams at the top. And you also heard Sute, Glitter was able to mention it too, how he said, give that man a raise. You know what? Sute dared me to say something, and I'm going to say it because I want him to color his hair, because that was the payback. It's either give him a raise or send him to Knights, because Knights wanted him too, and that man right now is performing like crazy.
He is popping off right now. And I mean, I think it's only a matter of time, because at the same time, you know, the rest of the team at Boring Protocol, they know it. They realize that they are underperforming compared to Spec. So they got to get it done, though. At the end of the day, you got to be able to hit those shots, and you got to be able to make those plays. And honestly, the days of like the excuses of like, hey, you know, we had an IGL, you know, and they're so busy making call outs, they don't have to do damage. Look at Tensa, right? He's doing it all. It's a new movement has come upon everybody. So let's take a look, of course, at Nova, a squad that, you know, is on top of the leaderboards, but today just not as hot as we normally see them. So let's take a look at some of their average stats, of course, from Super Weekend number 1 to Super Weekend number 2 here, Glitter.
And this is what's crazy about a squad like Nova when they are underperforming, is that it's still not bad. So, I mean, you can see that this is across both Super Weekends now, and they do actually have just slightly higher damage for this second Super Weekend, pretty much the same across the board, but I mean, even their elims is almost identical. So, what we wanted to highlight was the fact that while Nova is definitely falling off in comparison to, say, just this Super Weekend, they are giving us the type of consistency that we have asked for out of them specifically for quite some time, because they were definitely one of those teams that did yo-yo pretty hard and were unable to repeat performances. Sometimes we'd see them pop off in league play and then they completely fall asleep in the Super Weekend, and we're getting a little bit more averages across the board that just look better with this new Nova squad. Don't forget, they were another one of those teams that did come in with new players on their roster for this season. And while we've seen them have slower days and numbers here today, that's also, you know, we have to take into consideration we've seen them get 17 Elam chicken dinners, 17 Elam non-chicken dinners. They have the slaying power and overall are still at least very consistent.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah. Nova, I think it's just a matter of time here. I think when you're at the top, a lot of the squads at the bottom, they're going to be studying the absolute heck out of you, and I think that could be possibly a result of it here. So we'll take a little while to see, you know, them adapt. You know, I think it's only a matter of time here. But let's, of course, take a look at the overall leaderboards so we can see where all these squads are stacking up here after the games that we've played so far here today. The Panthers, ooh, number two, and Lazarus, number 3 as well. Making some moves, 7.
Yeah, I think with the Panthers, that's definitely a huge jump up for this team. But the Knights, I think that has to be one of the major storylines. This was a completely different theme. If we remember what actually happened on that day that we redid, it was just Nova passing them. Now it's completely different. Now Knights is just carrying away with that gap. The Panthers is there. Lazarus has been performing so well, and then we see Nova there currently in, I think it was 5th place, if I'm not mistaken. And now this is where it matters the most. Polar Ace has dropped down, but with just 1 game left, and the reason why you heard Glitter say, ooh, is because Dope Esports is trying to get, once again, to that top 16, Glitter. And if I had to bet at least 1 UC on it, I would say they're going to be able to make it to that top 16.
7 points. 7 points is doable.
Place. They could do it. They could totally do it. Guys, thank you so much. We'll see if Dope Esports is going to be able to get it done. I'll see you guys at the end here of the last match. This, of course, bringing back in our casters here for the final match as we go into Erangel. Guys, welcome in. Take it away.
Thanks, Hot Juice. Yeah, 7 more points that Dope Esports has to go on ahead and make it. So, Zute, you're not allowed to say their name whatsoever. They need to get the 7 points. You're not allowed to curse them. Okay?
Okay, yeah. TC, the Chosen. Let's go.
There you go. That's okay. That's the team right up there. But no, we do have 1 more match left on Erangel. We will, of course, be keeping an eye on Dope Esports 4-7 to see if they're going to be able to make it into that top 16. And I just also have to point out really quickly that I think it's kind of interesting, right? That, you know, we're having to redo these games and the leaderboard is so different. I think maybe some of the teams kind of got a wake-up call, in my opinion, from the last Saturday games. I think now coming into this, maybe they're like, oh, we shouldn't let this happen. We need to go ahead and do better. And that's why I think we're seeing maybe Knights kind of bringing it on back. Nova nowhere near there.
So basically the Knights are like, psych, you guys thought you were first. We're actually the best team in North America. And yeah, resoundingly so. And something else something I noticed, right? So out of all the teams that have played 24 matches, right? The Chosen sit basically in last. They're in 14th overall out of the 20 teams, but out of all the teams that played 24, they're the last place team. And then 1 spot ahead of them, just 1 spot ahead of them, is Boring Protocol. Like, it always shocks me when I look at this overall leaderboards, because when Boring Protocol pops off or when Spec pops off, it's like huge. We see the flashes of like an excellent team, so much potential, and we see it from time to time in all these matches that I completely forget overall though as a team just how badly they're doing. Polar Ace, 19 Esports, Mezexis, 4 Bros, Vamp, XSET. These teams are all doing better than Boring Protocol. So you mentioned that wake-up call. I had a little wake-up call for myself just now looking at that, and I know for a fact the players on Boring Protocol, they look at this overall leaderboards at least once a day, and they realize like, wow, we really are, you know, just dropping the ball. And today was supposed to be their day in the sense of like, hey, we're coming back, had a little bit of a break. How hard are you guys gonna pop off? And it's just only Spec popping off still.
Yeah, I kind of like to expand on that as well, because in the league play for week 1 and 2, they actually got 6th place both times. And in those placements, they did get a couple of moments of they got a 1st place, otherwise they got a couple 2nds, 3rds, and 4ths. But you're right, when it comes to the Super Weekend, we haven't seen too much from them. They are lower down on that leaderboard, so I guess that transition from the league play into the Super Weekend, we talked about how the gameplay, the game style for a lot of these teams drastically changes from league play into the Super Weekends. And I think for Boring Protocol, I guess they're one of the teams that's adjusting the worst or not the best in this situation.
Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. We still got a few more weeks. Like, we have, quite some time left still. And I said the same exact thing 2 weeks ago, how we still have time. Teams could still adjust, teams could still improve. And it's definitely coming a bit closer and closer to it, though. Yeah. So we'll see. But let's talk about, real quick, the zone. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the zone is so normal that it just glossed over my eyes. There's really nothing to talk about when it comes to the zone. Pachinki is just right in the middle. This circle is as Erangel as it can get.
Yeah, it really is. The only thing that I can think of is, now everybody is definitely going to be trying to send towards the center of this one, and everybody's kind of chilling. Like, in zones like this, people can kind of chill out a little bit more. And I think that kind of creates for a little bit more interesting later game, because there's going to be so many people left alive into those later circles. But we'll have to also wait and see, because this is also the last match of today. And I feel like the last match is definitely a little bit more prone to shenanigans. Maybe some people doing some interesting plays and stuff like that. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for that, especially as it looks like Dope might be starting to make their rotation with 4 bros right beside him. But you're right. As the weeks go by, it's going to start changing a little bit. Some of our terms that we keep saying and stuff like, oh, we still have time, that's going to start not happening whatsoever. And this is what I was actually just talking about. I was keeping an eye on this. 4 bros crashed into the spot that Dope had, and I guess it's theirs now. Leon just pufferfished that, I guess. Wait.
Oh, no.
This is the shenanigans I was talking about. Like, what? They crashed, didn't get the fight that they wanted, and now they're moving on, I guess.
This is like, I'm gonna just throw it out there. North America as a region is one of the weakest regions when it comes to PUBG Mobile competitive.
Ouch.
And that right there just kind of exemplifies that, right? Like, Leon crashes in, tries to pretend to be loud, shoots some bullets to scare off the other team. The other team gets scared off, but then Leon himself is also scared to take a fight, so they also drive away. And now nobody's at that compound because neither team has the cojones to actually stay a little bit to find out the info, to set things up a little bit more, to see if they could take that position or not. Granted, that position honestly isn't that important and not a position worth, dying or fighting over. So I do get why they disengaged like that, but still, it's just kind of funny to see as Nova versus XSET right now.
Yeah, kind of came out of nowhere here. XSET pulling up on top of their hill. It looks like the first knock will go onto the side of Nova. Being quite happy about this. J-Way getting a knock. Looks like one of the Nova members is quite damaged. And QZ, okay, making a big rotation around, actually trying to get that alternate angle onto XSET.
Oh, the double!
It's Koi. Starts running about. You're right. Knocks over runs over one. Confirms another pull. OG, unfortunately, is kind of cut off as well. And Koi gets another knock there. Koi is just on fire in this fight. And I think that just leaves J7 left. What's he going to do? It looks like he is going to leave right off of that, trying to survive the rest of the game for his teammate. Maybe get a couple of placement points. Let's see if QZ is going to let him. Yeah, he's out of there.
If you know the meme, Koi. Oh, baby, a triple.
Oh, baby.
He just got that triple right there onto XSET. XSET just got literally ran over and then shot in the face by Koi. Like, oh, gee. XSET is falling off. They are just... Yeah.
Oh, really quickly as well, I mean, for Nova, I feel like QZ, we've already talked about how absolutely amazing he is, but I also just want to go ahead and show some appreciation towards Koi as well, because I feel like in a lot of the matches that we've actually seen them play in, the fights that they get involved in, Koi he's kind of pops off too. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, and that was a very, very obvious example of Koi popping off there too. But he and QZ, I think they're a perfect match actually, honestly. Both of them end up playing pretty well for their team.
I think their team dynamic is kind of set in the way where QZ is more of like the anchor pop-off. Like he just, you know, puts himself in the key positions, doesn't like stick his head out too risky or like, you know, too far out, and he just hits his shots and he'll clutch up those situations because he just plays it like very precise, right? And then Koi is like the wild card. He's the one that's to like make things happen in the sense of disrupting the enemy's position or giving him up his own position to bait the enemies in or whatever the case may be, but he's like the initiator. And then the rest of the two Nova teams are like the anchor players, where they're just kind of set up and they react off of what Koi or QZ can do. And so you mentioned it, like you feel like Koi is like almost like a perfect match to QZ. And for sure, those two players are the ones that typically, you know, pop off when it comes to Nova. And that dynamic, I think that's just kind of set in their play styles. And it's really great that you pointed that out.
I couldn't have said it better, honestly, ZT. I think that you pointed out their dynamic perfectly. So kind of curious to see how else they're going to be able to utilize this. Looks like they're getting a little bit close to the Knights, actually, right over there. Now more on the eastern side of this new zone, kind of pulling up towards the northern side of Pachinki. So pulling up into kind of those fields just to the northern side of Pachinki. So might be a little bit of an interesting last couple of zones just based off of terrain. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Looks like a member of Lazarus just got knocked here. And honestly, actually, I kind of want to see a fight between Nova and Knights. They're right next to each other. It could happen. It could happen up here. Both of them kind of up here on Potato Hill, but they're just separated enough where they could just disengage. I think that's what's happening, actually, right now.
Yeah, both teams right now in a prime position to get more central and somewhat even off center in a zone like this. There's a lot of key power positions. So definitely want to, you know, go ahead and make use of that, but Nova did rotate in first, so Knights are going to hang back right at Potato Hill, but Nova rotating into TC. Opa takes down QZZ, and he's going to confirm that knock too. Opa down to 1 HP. He needs some support from the rest of his team. TC playing split, but they're adjusting very quickly, and let's see if Opa can make it out. Ooh, fall damage. Could have even knocked him out there, but he gets safe, but Nova on the other side already has a player set up.
Oh man, that crash coming through from Team Chosen. That's so scary to crash into this compound here against that fence. But it does look like First Frost will make it, trying to toss out some smokes as well to cover his teammate. But honestly, the rest of the Chosen need to go on ahead and send it over here immediately. It can't just be First Frost, but unfortunately Silk gets caught out in the open when he tries to do so. Kindness, there we go, starting to make something happen. He's going to try and wrap around him, kind of start catching First Frost alone in this situation. He has in fact been spotted out by Z-Fan. There we go, the bullets and damage going through. Hasn't gotten the knock just yet, just 1 HP, and finally he gets knocked on that. So I think the Chosen only has one more person left up. It is more on the northern side as Gaji, and of course, right as I say that, he is in fact spotted out and eliminated.
So since TC's out, I'm gonna mention, you told me not to say dope, which I just did. And so instead I said TC. Let's go TC. First team out in the last match of the day, and I'm not happy, so I'm just gonna throw out the name dope. Let's see what dope ends up at the end of this game.
I tried sparing dope. We tried. How dare you? You've broken my trust. Seven's gonna be very upset if anything happens to them. So we have to definitely keep an even closer eye on dope. Make sure nothing's happening to them. It does look like they're a little bit alone for right now, but it could quickly change. Meanwhile, the Knights, they just keep getting visitors up here, and everybody wants to start making these rotations past Potato. And it looks like now it's gonna be Mezexis. HTV kind of lurking not too far away either. So if this fight comes on, maybe HTV will push and do something about it. But also HTV, I think you even mentioned in the last game that they're pretty passive when it comes to taking fights or hearing stuff happening. So I think they're just going to kind of chill out in the distance, as Mezexis clearly wants this building that Tensa is holding on to. I think he's the only one here, though, for the Knights, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. It makes me so nervous when teams kind of split up, especially Mezexis on this. I feel like they should just go on ahead and focus Tensa.
Yeah. What they don't want to do, though, is focus Tensa in a way where they trap themselves in, because with the Knights set up that 3-1, it invites the rest of the player of Knights to just get the advantage. So yeah, Tensa's isolated, but if Mezexis don't isolate him correctly, which is what they're trying to do, just probe with nades and not really full commit players in, it would give a huge advantage to the Knights. So I think Mezexis are playing it right. They're playing it very slow. You saw them try and drive up the hill to kind of get more info, see if they have a complete surround on the enemy team here. But they've realized Knights have a nice defense also. And oh, the drop! Yeah, here, just a little bit more behind cover in that TPP peak. So Chico gets spotted out first, and well, the Knights are just down to 3. Oh wait, they're Polar. Yeah.
Now here, 2 of them have pulled up. The other 2 are super far away. I will say that both 2 members of Mezexis were actually a little bit more to the eastern side. There's a big ridge over there, and I love that they were playing it. And right when the knock into Chico came through, they instantly pulled up. Unfortunately, it does look like one of them went a little bit too far. Peralta getting punished and taken out of this situation, but still 3 members of Mezexis still alive. And Polar Ace pulling up on the northern side of them. This is not looking good for Mezexis at all, except it does look like maybe they decided this isn't a fight they want to take. That was a little bit of an interesting interaction from Polar Ace, but they're out of there instantly.
Maybe it's a circle shift on, Joey. Joey definitely has his gun fine-tuned after spraying that man straight out the car. Good little pickup for the Lazarus team. And I didn't even realize Kaseki at some point already was down and out, so 3-man team of Lazarus picking up a point there, and that's good for them. And I just saw something with Dope in the...
Yeah.
Hey, they're not the next... They're not the next team eliminated, all right? So you can't really say it's a cast or curse unless if it's like they just get eliminated outright.
It counts. I think
No, I mean, look at all these other teams that lost players. It's just... Dope's time was going to come at some point. They're not the next team out.
By the way. Well, they definitely are not in a good spot. 2 of them were taken down all the way on the southern side of the zone. The other 2 now starting to try and make a rotation on the western side all the way up to the north, and that entire edge of zone is just completely filled. It does look like still down to the southern side, so this is where 2 of the Dope members are taken out. Now 4 bros taking a fight with the Panthers. Looks like they're going over for some runovers, gonna clean it up, and unfortunately, I was gonna say, when you said Dope's name, I was like, at least it's not 4 bros, because that's the team I chose. And again, looks like I didn't say it out loud. I definitely thought it, and it looks like Lori is now the only one alive. And the Panthers, look at that. Puppy is chasing, so that's interesting. The zone is about to pop, though, and no way. Okay, this is going to be interesting. We did have a zone like this already inside of the Super Weekend centering around these fields, so I'm curious to see if people are going to kind of play it differently this time.
We'll see. Polar Ace holding on to dear life at that, grandma's house right there. And the Panthers, that is one team you 1,000% never want to take a 4v4 fight with. There's like 2 teams that comes to mind. The Knights and the Panthers. These are the 2 teams that you will most likely lose against if in a 4v4. We've seen teams like Nova and some other top-tier teams, they'll lose their 4v4s from time to time, but the Knights and the Panthers, these guys usually come out on top. So, I mean, Panthers, even though they lose 1, they eliminate, like, the majority of 4 bros. We'll see with this next zone how these teams rotate in, as a lot of teams, well, they can't even go center.
Driving.
Yeah, it's just open. Everything is open. The only hard cover is already occupied, and either that, you could go in Pachinki, but no one wants to lock themselves into Pachinki either.
Except for boarding protocol, it looks like. Yeah, that is actually a really good point. So kind of what cities are in endings like this is cities are really easy to send into, really hard to get out of. So only Boring Protocol is really committed to that so far. I think that's why everybody else, there's so many people driving up here on this northeastern side of the zone. I think everybody obviously is aware of the places that they are able to play. HTV luckily getting these little shacks right here, and everybody else, they're just trying to figure out a different place to kind of play out of. There isn't too many good places. Polar Ace Knights, Nova, excuse me, getting the other good spots. I'm curious to see where the Knights are going to be sending on in next.
I think the Knights realize in a circle like this, they're just going to edge their way in and then commit to a fight in the next circle. Because there's no key position that you really want to fight for that's going to put you in a good position on the next circle shift. So I think the Knights realize there's nothing worth fighting for. We'll just edge in and see what we actually need to fight for on the next shift. I really like the patience out of the Knights here as they take the time to really plan their next step. Lazarus, they're set up here, getting into a little bit of a fight with HQA. They did take down one player right there. HQA down to 2, and those 2 players not in the zone.
Yeah, it's gonna be either they have to cross the stream to Lazarus or they have to just make a rotation somewhere else completely. Does look like they're gonna try and just lay prone and kind of be small for right now, but the blue zone is in fact coming on in slowly but surely, so they're gonna have to figure this out very soon. It does look like the Panthers are also going to be going into Pachinki, by the way, so now it's Boring Protocol and the Panthers. The Knights starting to push their way on, and they've been up on top of Potato Hill this entire time, and it looks like they're continuing to stay there. The closest enemy team is HTV at those little dog shacks right below, so that might be their next target, unless they're able to play a little bit more to the southern side. This next zone is about to pop though. Zute, where this next one goes really kind of ends it here. I mean, I just feel like it's going to be so much field, but it could pull to the city. We'll have to wait and see.
Ooh, it is the fields indeed. We got the hardcover, or the compounds actually, of Nova. They're probably most likely going to have to tighten up that little split of theirs. We'll see if they decide to keep that 2-1. Polar Ace at the Grandma House. And those are the only 2 teams in zone. Knights don't have to move too far. They'll have to... I could see them potentially just end up fighting HTV, though, to be the kings of the mountaintop.
It's a little bit interesting as well that it has a lot of the side of the hill here. Sunny Pig, the last one for HTV. Yeah, he got a knock on one, but Joey was there to help out his teammate. We'll see if he'll be able to get those last 2 reses up. Honestly, I don't know where they're going to be able to rotate into, though, because at this point, if they're late into rotating, they're definitely going to be driving into people. Boring Protocol kind of put themselves in a position to be holding up the Panthers as well, grabbing these little trenches here. They know they have to leave Pachinki, and if Boring Protocol is holding the spot, maybe they'll be able to succeed, but it looks like Spec is down, Acer's down, only 1 person left, which is Carnage. And the Panthers, they're just trying to toss in as much util as possible to be able to make this next push happen. Everybody kind of delaying their movement into this next zone since it is so out in the open. Nobody wants to crash into these center compounds just yet. That's more of a move to happen a little bit later once the blue zone's closed a little bit more, because this is the point where people know that there's going to be a lot of fights, a lot of team eliminations, and they want to try and hold on to that placement point as much as possible. Yeah, almost got a 2K right there with that nade, but not quite for the Panthers.
The reason why the Panthers, who are usually so aggressive, didn't push off that double knock is because of Sam L's position earlier. You didn't catch it on camera, but he was more to the north holding a key crossfire location. So Sam L doing a great job just positioning-wise to keep the team up, and they'll get that full reset. Panthers also down to 3, not as many people as they would like to work with. WallStreetBets gets eliminated as Blue Zone is starting to really tighten in, and teams are forced to just full send their way in or fight their way in from the edges.
Looks like, well, this blue zone is actually moving really fast. They're kind of more on the faster side. One of the members of the Panthers is super far down to the southern side, though, trying to make this rotation. Boring Protocol has vehicles to try and send it. At this point, are they going to stay in the field, though, or go somewhere else? Looks like they're trying to just set up a little bit of a car fort here. Jayuya still alive in the distance. We can see the Panthers actually taking a fight with an entirely different team over there in the trenches. A ton of knocks going through, and actually, Lazarus will be the team that is eliminated on this one. The Knights split apart at this point. Looks like they ended up losing one person as well. This next one's about to pop. 19 Esports was able to grab the compound in the center. And, oh man, okay. It's hardship back to the north once again. Panthers fighting XSET. It looks like, wait, no. I'm actually surprised by that. It was only Frady down there for the Panthers for the longest time taking that fight with XSET, yet somehow they're still able to take that win with Frady and Poppy. Two of them are still alive, still not in a good spot, but look at that. They have 6 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, XSET did the best they can, that lone player. 2v1 against the Panthers, though, did not turn out well. We got the new circle shift. It goes up north to just pretty much wide in the open. We still have the hard cover of 19E in zone. HTV still up with 4 players. Did not end up fighting with the Knights. HTV, I guess, just tucked their heads low enough that the Knights didn't, find them too bothersome. But now that they're getting shot at, the Knights might think differently. Knights just playing it so slow and patient. Nova pushing over to the new zone into the compound. Alucard goes down. Chiffon hits 600 damage. Nova with 10 eliminations right now. So we said the Knights are back in form, and Nova kind of started just dropping down the leaderboards. It looks like they want to make their name known and push back into the top 3 at the very least.
A little bit of a sanity check once again, it looks like, after taking a look at that last overall. They want to go ahead and bring it back. 11 eliminations. There's have one less member of 19 Esports right beside them, but they're slowly pushing into the zone. They're going to have the southern side, which all to themselves, which is going to be good, but I'm still a little bit concerned because making that push up further inside the zone is just big out in the open space, right? It also looks like the Knights trying to take down HTV. Again, super out in the open, just a big cliff at this point that everybody's playing off of. 19 Esports does go down, and now this is just who's going to spot who first. Who's going to have the best rock or tree, because otherwise, that is it. Everybody's on the side of a mountain, barely any cover. Looks like the smokes are being utilized as well. HTV going to be able to get a couple of knocks onto the Knights here, but it looks like there's only 1, 2 of them left. Angry Q is currently knocked, so will they be able to get this last member, 2 members of Knights before they go down? He doesn't even realize that there's somebody right beside him.
Okay. I thought he was about to grenade his own teammate because he drove right in and just...
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, kind of had to catch my breath there, but only Xenox is up now for the Knights. This is why I predicted. I thought the Knights were going to take that fight with HTV 1 circle earlier, but you can see how delaying a fight just makes it much more difficult in the next circle shift, and you don't have a chance of having an isolated fight as much, and that's what happens. But they're still looking good. Polar Ace, by the way, with 3, as Koi takes 1 down. Just a knock, though. They might be able to get that revive. They will indeed. Nova up to 14 eliminations already.
You know what it was? Knights might have not realized that their last zone was going to hard shift up to the north. Like, if it had gone anywhere except hard shift to the north, that fight against HTV might have been a little bit easier for them. But, of course, the zone doesn't listen to anybody, so they were forced to push into HTV in a way that they didn't want to. Now, both of them are stuck down, just as Solo's left, though, so that's going to be a little bit hard to traverse, as Dope also had a Solo left down to the southern side. Looks like they will finally be found out and eliminated. And right after, actually, is Polar Ace. So we're down to our last 3 teams. 3 up for Nova against 2 solos for HTV and Knights. Polar Ace, I feel like, was the only other team that could have grabbed this from Nova.
Yeah, now it's just looking like an easy chicken for Nova. Xenox can't count this man out, though. If he gets a double knock right there, that changes everything. He doesn't even get a single knock there, and he's not in zone. HTV also not in zone. Nova, they know they have the man advantage. They're getting all the angles already, and they're throwing all their util into the smokes to flush people out.
I like the split, sending 2 up to the northern side, keeping 1 in the territory that they know. Koi is definitely keeping a close eye onto Xenox here. The other 2 are kind of traversing the unknown a little bit more. There's still only 1 other person left. Xenox still trying his hardest to get at least 1 more kill before anything happens. But, oh, there we go. He's spotted out, trying to utilize that smoke as any kind of cover. At this point, it's just who's going to get second place. Looks like Boom actually gets Xenox, though. So, Boom, HTV does grab second place. Nova Esports does end up getting the first place, though. Kind of expected that one, but HTV being able to grab second place for this team, that's a lot of points that they honestly need.
Really good game for HTV. Really much needed points as well. But Nova stamping their sign of dominance onto the very last game of Erangel, and they definitely fought and scrapped their way in. 17 total eliminations, I think, plus the 15 placement points. I don't think, no, they definitely didn't overtake the Knights because they did drop down a little bit, you know, low, but I think they just put themselves maybe, I think in the top 3 at the very least. We'll see. But that game of Erangel, well, saw a little bit of everything, and with the zone ending in a wide open territory, it was great to see the Nova team taking advantage of that one.
They absolutely just rolled the lobby in that situation. Nova didn't seem like they ended up stopping at any point, and you're right, they got a lot of kills. So it looks like they are a little bit upset that the Knights are currently at the top of that leaderboard. Maybe they're going to start catching up, especially from this last one, but we will be able to see what the overall is after this break, where the analysts are going to break down that last game first.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
Huh? Oh, I think he means Nova.
Yeah,
Nova got that chicken dinner with 16 elims, 31 points total. Knights too. Hey, this sets it up perfectly, Glitter. We've been talking about them, right? We're saying, when was Nova finally gonna show up? When is that day 2 Nova gonna be there? Well, they waited until the end. They teased us, but they finally got here with those 16 elims.
I'll take it.
You get it done. That is how you get it done right there. A huge finish for them. Also, you know, we got a squad at the bottom to see if they actually made it into 16th place, which I'm super pumped for. But of course, before we even get all that, we got to go and take a look at the match ranking to see exactly where we stand today, right? Where is everybody at? And look at that. Nova, 31 points. Woo! What a finish.
I mean, talk about a way to close the day out. That is the Nova we were waiting for all day, and that is the Nova that we love to see. Knights, like you said, 7, also having another solid performance, but we have to give some love to the HTVs, to the Dopes that are up here on this leaderboard for their first time in this Super Weekend, finding themselves up here on this first page multiple times throughout the day and actually getting a huge amount of points on the board to put them in a better position to potentially leapfrog both B-Town and Execute when everything is said and done at the end of this weekend. And then, of course, the second page here, lots of these squads struggling in this final match of the day, not exactly getting the points that they probably would have liked. I'm just mostly hyped right now on HTV and on your boys, 7, Dope.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because Sute, I see you, Sute. I know you didn't want me to say that you were gonna color your hair a certain color. By the way, I choose silver. Go for silver, sir. You try to curse Dope Esports, it didn't happen, okay? You can't curse what's something that's just gonna happen. Dope Esports, 16th place. It has to happen, please.
It's meant to be. It's it's meant to be at this point. I don't know what I would do if it didn't happen, right? So, I mean, when it comes to Dope, they had that huge chicken dinner at the start and a great performance overall. What do you think was their big, like, difference maker, Seven? Like, what was the big change for them?
For Dope?
Yeah.
Let me tell you the easiest way out, and this is the reason why I'm an analyst here. Surviving early engagements, okay? That's literally what it comes down to. Surviving early engagements or rotating away from engagements. Worry about something. They started working with placement points. It worked out, and now they're being able to get elims and whatnot. But right here, we have the daily winners. Yes, you see that right. Knights, the first winners. And then on top of that, they won on Sanhok. But overall, I think Nova had the best performance of today, and they saved it for last, Glitter.
Yeah, but this might be like the most stacked daily winners graphic we've ever had. I mean, you've got 4Bros and Nova both at over 2,500 damage mark. And the only map where you don't get over 2k damage is Sanhok, which is not that surprising because sometimes the damage is just very spread out across all of the teams. Every single squad for the win is above double-digit elims. I mean, this is actually an incredibly impressive graphic right now.
It really is. As we go to the overall here. Ooh, Knights finally crossing that 300-point mark. And Nova making the huge jump from 5th place all the way to 2nd place, trying to get back to that catching up. Knights. It might happen. I can maybe see that, you know. But overall, hey, some of the other teams, Lazarus has performed really well this Super Weekend. I'm impressed with what they've been able to do. 4Bros, even though they did get absolutely smacked by Xenox, they did have a good day as well. And I want to see the second page. All right? This is all I care about.
Come on.
That's why.
Let's go.
That right there is why. What is that? Can you tell me what place Dope Esports is on right now, guys?
16th place. 16th place.
16th place. Let's go. Not 17th.
Oh.
With a tie.
Wow.
Oh,
chicken
my
dinner.
goodness.
too.
A chicken dinner. That's what did it. That's what did it. Wow. What a clutch finish there for Dope. I mean, today, considering all that they had to kind of get across to get that big dub there and then all those points, I mean, how happy could you be if Dope Esports? You got to be pretty pumped. But I mean, hey, well, I mean, they got to be feeling good. But of course, how does our MVP of the day feel, all right? I'm going to ask you guys who you think it's going to be, right? And we all going to have the same answer, right? It's got to be Xenox, right? Regardless of whoever it is up there, it's got to be him. I mean, that play.
It's not Xenox. I'm going to be salty.
Oh, it's Frady.
No way.
I'm so sorry, Frady. I'm so sorry.
What?
Panthers.
Really?
Frady.
Wow.
Frady.
Oh, he's got them heart fingers up, but he ain't showing no love, man. He's out there getting them.
I mean, this was one of the players that we actually saw. I think it was in Sanhok, right? He was one of the top players, and we saw what he was able to do to pull a race. Over this right here, this is the one that kind of stood out for me. He was able to rush the people from Polar Race. He was able to get the angles right there with the nade too, making sure. And then right away after that, being able to snap on the other player because he heard the shots. Overall, wow, that is actually one of the biggest surprises for MVP that I have seen in a while, Glitter.
And I'm not even mad about it. I love that we're getting these insane performances out of our juggernauts, right? We're getting, you know, the double chickens out of Knights. We're getting 17, 16 elim type chicken dinners from the Novas. And still, we're getting players from other teams. Panthers being a squad that I had said earlier in the day, we've talked about quite a lot. And they're the ones taking down the daily MVP. That just proves how much talent is in this season right now.
Anybody could take it. Anybody could take it. You slip up for 1 second, right? You get a little too confident, running all four, and you're all out of there, man. I mean, Frady and the Panthers, I think, are going to be that secret squad. That squad's going to go and take you out if you're not careful. Something that, of course, before we go forward, got to give a big thank you to our partners here. Monster Energy. That's right, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. Man, I mean, what a show we have had today so far. Had it all, right? Had it all. Had some great plays, some great action. Of course, make sure, of course, you follow all the socials so you can keep up to date with what's happening. And we will catch you on the next day. We're out of here. See ya.